An altar call reordering the story of our origins. A primal thing, an elemental shame. There's a light on in the darkness to an unfurnished apartment and a mattress on the ground. There's a woman standing upright like some archangel alighting in the nighttime, and before her there's a man with heads and ankles bound. And we don't need the sound to know the plot of the film. Angles switching in between her and him. Captions bracketed the language of skin. Cut to a room past midnight. Bring the camera onto lovers' conversation where they promise to be open and be honest with themselves about their bodies' inclinations and the systems that replace the very fiber of their beings with a shame they're made to feel they've always felt. And there's quiet on the set except that ceiling fan they're turning, throwing sound in all directions. There's a process of unlearning. There's the tension we say. Sometimes I think of you as strangers when I lie awake at night afraid in bed. With or without me to watch or to stand at the edge where your back is a bridge and the distance expands. Goes from me to some man, goes out from an old familiar country to some uncharted land. And you're peeking through the curtain to a naked man deserted and a mattress on the ground, to apartments still unfurnished and indulgences unburdened. There's a figure disappearing with a briefcase to the front door of the crowd. Men with heads and ankles bound. 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 And we follow her out of the house, then pull it back. Widen the shot, lose her inside of the crowd, then go back. We'll leave the sound and to carry it out. The last act. Credits will pass the crowd and now bring the house lights back.
I know you want me freak, sports star honeybee on my team. I wanna play nicely, I can pick it up if you take the lead. I know you want me freak, I know you want me freak. I know you want me freak, I know you want me freak. I can look you in the eye and cheer for you 'cause I'm on your side. How can you be satisfied? She's 5'1" and you're 6'5". Maybe you're not my type, but you can score when it's overtime. I know you want me freak, sports star honeybee on my team. I wanna play nicely, I can pick it up if you take the lead. I know you want me freak, I know you want me freak. I know you want me freak, I know you want me freak.
My seat over the wing. Well, I'm the happiest hot potato on the plane. Yeah, I'm looking, it's beautiful. I think I wanna go and live out there right now. Oh, stewardess, can you fix me? Oh, stewardess, can you Detroit's shining dream. The ones that forget that I was ever here. The ones that forget that I had ever been. Oh, stewardess, can you fix me? I'll follow the rules if you tell me. If you tell me. With one of those endless smiles, I love all your little bottles of mercury, of mercury, of mercury, of mercury, of mercury. Open wide, and I'm wasting my life, and I'm wasting time, hanging over all of Hitler's broad oceans, ready to swallow Detroit a million times over, a million times over, a million times over, a million times over.
What is up? Hello. Hi. We all good? We all good? We all good? How are we doing? How are we doing today? We're watching more stuff about brains. We have a whole video to watch that I'm a bit I had to drink an awful lot of matcha for this because Jesus Christ. So I know. Make sure you like the stream. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube as well as Streamlabs and the link in the description. You can join the channel, give memberships, give a super sticker. Check my music out. I have music. You can check it out. Hey, look, it's me. I'm wearing no makeup today. No one judge me, okay? I'm not a real trans person anymore because I didn't make enough of an effort. I'm not dressed as a woman, therefore I can't claim to be one, you know? That's definitely what I think. That's what being trans is all about, is playing dress up, right? But yeah, so we'll just get into it, fuck it. This is pretty much the whole stream. If we really run out of time, or if we run out of video and there's ages left, I'll do whatever shit. Does the matcha give me a buzz? Well, I mean, it wakes me up a bit. It makes me feel a bit more like I'm not sleepwalking, which is almost all the time. It's like, I don't know, if you drink coffee, it's the same thing, basically. It's just that coffee specifically makes my stomach hurt, and I don't like energy drinks, like, at all. And they're quite expensive. So I get, like, sachets of probably the worst tasting matcha that exists. But it does the job, you know. It does the job. You can stick stuff in it to make it taste kind of okay. So yeah, I don't know. Caffeine. That's what it is. So yeah, the video we're going to be watching is What We Found About the Trans Brain Isn't What You Think by Queer Collective. Obviously watched a bunch of stuff about, like, sexual dimorphism in brains. I've been reading some stuff. It's kind of, some of it is on stream and some of it is off. I'm not very convinced by the idea that brains are particularly sexually dimorphic. That's not to say that men and women are exactly the same, but there's kind of ranges that I think at least somewhat have to do with just hormonal and size differences and don't actually mean very much of anything. Have I seen Elphaba's lip fillers? Jesus. Are you in my Discord? Okay, hang on. Extremely quick tangent, I guess. There's gonna be music playing, isn't there? There's gonna be music playing. You're gonna get lip filler? I don't think I ever would, to be honest. I'm okay with how I look. I don't mind. More than anything, I just don't have the money for it. When I have money, it goes on important shit.
Oh my god, guys. I can't even tell you how this.
Is this been like edited or something with AI? Why does she look like this? What's the nose doing? What the fuck? Hang on.
Oh my god, guys.
Yeah, it had been. Whoa. Okay. Okay, man. Hi, Scope VT. Hope you're good.
Oh my god, guys. I can't even tell you how this has helped me so much.
Listen, I'll say one thing. It's not as bad as Blair White. That's an impersonator. Okay, right. It's not as bad as Blair White. I'll say that much.
Girl, I look so good. Oh, girl, the swelling will go down. I'm obsessed. Guys, this is insane. We're doing it nose, neck, and jaw.
Guys, where's some femios? Fucking hell.
And you're going to be updated, and I'm going to tell you who this queen is at the end, because she is a...
Seen Alphabet on Vortex. I've seen Alphabet like all sorts of places. This person is this person is very special.
amazing. And see
What is the stream's topic? Well, in a short while, as in like 5 minutes max, we're going to be talking about, well, we're going to be watching this video. We're talking about like trans brains, the idea that trans people have a specific brain phenotype compared to cis people, which is something I'm, to be honest, quite skeptical of. I don't think that brains are especially sexually dimorphic, if you know what I mean. And so the idea that you can have a woman's brain in a man's body, for example, doesn't really hold water to me. But I'm kind of consuming as much shit as I can about it. We've been reading studies, like I'm reading a book by someone called Gina Rippon, and like something like this is kind of the other side to the aisle to someone like me. So we're going to see what these people are saying and see what new avenues that brings. I want to make like a scripted thing about trans brains, and I'm kind of structuring it at the moment. So that's kind of what it's in service of. But someone distracted me.
when I tell you...
Yeah, the nose is always kind of, yeah, I don't know. Listen. Often, like, you have a big nose or, like, a pointy nose or something. It's like, distinctive, right? I think often people like this kind of, if they leave their noses alone, they get older and they start kind of embracing it. Like, I used to hate my nose. I don't really mind it anymore.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad this isn't me. At the same time, I've seen worse. I've seen Blair White, so I've seen worse. Also, this is some crunchy fucking unique as fuck mascara, if you know what I mean by that. Anyway, we're gonna watch this video. Make sure you like the stream, etc. We've got Queer Collective. To be honest, I've seen this before. This channel before, and I didn't enjoy it very much. I feel like they don't really understand like transsexual or like LGB experiences. And that kind of all, to me, confirms that we lump in way too much stuff with each other under labels like queer. But it's really about what kind of evidence they're showing and what kind of things I haven't thought of, because I want to cross off as much shit as I can in as quick an amount of time as I can, because I don't want this video to be like ridiculously long. One thing I'm really fucking tired of is like video essays that are like fucking 4+ hours long for no apparent reason. I don't think that's necessary. And who the fuck is watching fucking 4 hours of like someone talk about trans brains, for example? It just doesn't seem necessary. So yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look, like the stream, etc.
Research really for? What have scientists actually found? And what happens when the answers can be used to both validate and weaponize our existence?
And joining us today, we have Sebastian, he, they pronouns.
Yeah, so it's like very, very, very activist coded, this kind of thing, just to warn you. It is not the kind of shit that I vibe with, but let's see.
Who has a Master's of Science in Animal Bioscience, and Maya Milan, she, her, who is a biomedical engineer in the pharmaceutical industry. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Queer Collective podcast. I'm your host, Carbon.
I'm Emily.
I'm Sebastian. I'm Maya.
And welcome to the show. And this episode is sponsored by us and our Patreon. Link in the description down below. Go check it out.
In Germany, at the turn of the 19th to 20th century, scientists called sexologists were pioneering the scientific study of human sexuality and gender identity. The leader of this movement, Magnus Hirschfeld, suggested that transness was something innate that you were born with, rather than the competing framework.
To be clear, by the way, I don't agree with any of this. I don't think that trans is innate. I don't think we've found anything to suggest that. I think that people confuse not knowing where something comes from with being innate. It's a bit like sexuality. Do we actually know that someone is gay because of something within themselves that makes them gay? Or do we just think that because people don't generally know why they're attracted to this, that, or the other, you know?
Of it being a psychological or moral failure.
And it's like, we would have had this research had the Nazis not come in and burned all of the books and like all the research.
They did burn a lot of books.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that was one of them. We would have been so much more advanced if that didn't
They burned like so many books. Oh my God.
happen.
Damn.
Yeah.
We would have had biblically accurate transsexuals.
Yeah.
Biblically accurate.
After these Nazi book burnings and after the decades of pathologization that followed, these concepts did return, this time through popular culture. So back in...
Is Mia trans? I have no idea. I think that person left a comment because they had to correct something. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
2015, the TLC show I Am Jazz aired for the first time.
I do remember that.
My feelings about that show.
It's mixed, but the impact was that it showed the world an intimate look into what life was like as a transgender youth. And suddenly, it seemed like the entire world was starting to understand what it would be like to be born in the wrong body. As trans representation started to grow, so did the number of US young adults who were self-identifying as transgender, which nearly quintupled between 2014 and 2022. Now that stat is important because that was at a lot of the beginning of the research papers that I was looking at when we were looking into this.
Oh,
so this was like the motivation for a lot of the research that has been happening.
They're like, hey, there's a boom.
Exactly.
We gotta go into it.
Yeah. What do you guys think is causing more young people to be self-identifying as trans?
I mean, we've always been here. I think it's just both the representation and information about it, because then you can actually find the words to describe it. They've always been here.
This, by the way, is somewhat saying that there's an element of social contagion. But then these people will always cite, well, more people know about it, there's more information out there. But then say that there's no social contagion aspect. That doesn't actually make any sense. They kind of have to go hand in hand.
Here, but now they can be like, oh, this is me. I'm this. And probably also, I want to say a bit, because it's not 100% safe to be outwardly trans, but it is a lot more safe.
Yeah, wrong body. So I don't like wrong body. I don't like wrong brain, wrong body, that kind of thing, I gotta say.
Safer, so people can now take a bit of the leap to actually say it out loud, rather than having it sort of hide in the shadows a bit.
100%. What was interesting is in a 2025 study, they found that the increase was larger among white individuals than people of color, and was primarily driven by those who identify as transgender men or gender nonconforming.
You said you don't think you need gender dysphoria to be trans. a man were to go through most of the full transition, but only did so to prey on girls and get into women's room, would you think they're still trans? Is that what you're saying? I guess so. To me, being trans is just living as, well, to me, I consider it like the other sex. I think that when you start getting into like intermediate genders and stuff like that, that really should be something else than trans, because it's just a very different experience, bearing in mind how we sort male and female and stuff, and how that's a specific like dividing line. But like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter the reason you're doing it. You can use transition in order to get into like women's spaces and like prey on girls. It's just that that's not really the point of it. The point of it is to live as the other sex in as much as you can. So like, I guess they're using trans for like, you know, their own ends, and those ends are sinister. But it's not really definitive of what being trans is. Like, the fact that they're preying on girls doesn't define them being trans either. What defines them being trans is like living as the other sex, you know?
Which I think really speaks to the fact that trans women and also people of color have their genders policed much more harshly.
It's
you know,
man's world, baby. I mean, even if you look at the way that there was a boom in homosexuality, like they had the same thing happen with the gays too, and
the
it's
homosexuals.
But like at that point, not only was it a matter of just like visibility, but also if you take a look back in the 90s and the 80s to the AIDS crisis, people are like, why are there more gays now? Baby, we're not.
We are just going to have to sit through some of this stuff, I'm afraid.
Dying
we're not hiding.
We're not hiding for sociopolitical and medical reasons, and we're also not dying en masse. There's more of us here. So it's like when you look at the volume of trans people, it's not that there was any more or any less before. It's that we have more now because we're surviving.
There's this story.
No, there's more than there used to be. I don't think that's true at all. There are just far more than there used to be. You're not trans because of something within you, I don't think. And so people that would have transitioned if they were born later in life, they weren't trans because they didn't transition. They didn't do anything in order to be trans. There are very, very definitely more trans people now than there used to be. Like, to say otherwise makes no fucking sense.
Story about Cecilia Gentili that I can't stop thinking about, so I would love to share it. She grew up in a small town in Argentina in the 1970s. At the time, there were so many stories about UFO sightings in her town, and as a child, Cecilia felt different in a way that she couldn't explain. She proposed to her grandmother that she must actually be an alien. Her beloved grandmother met her there with love and curiosity and said, maybe you are.
When I was a child, I thought I was an extraterrestrial, that I was a UFO. And I told my grandmother that. It was a really funny story. And
what did she say when you said you were you?
My brother told me that they found me in a railroad, right? One day we were like crossing a railroad, and my brother told me, that's where we found you. And mom took you with us because you were naked on the railroad as a baby.
Homosexuality going up because of acceptability. Well, more people are going to come out if it's more acceptable. Like, more people are going to recognize that they're attracted to men, and actually there's nothing wrong with that, you know what I mean? I don't think gay and trans are super analogous in that way. Because like usually when you refer to gay, you're just saying, well, I'm attracted to the same sex as what I am. Whereas trans is a lot more it's a lot more like subjective and confusing and weird.
And around the same time, I was kicked out of the bathroom in the girls' bathroom in school.
Where does aliens come from? Well, I guess it's like this there are people who just feel that there's something different. And maybe this is an early manifestation of people that then come to realize they're trans or something like that. Or not realize, but come to the conclusion they're trans. I don't think you realize it.
And I'm from an area of Argentina where there's a lot of UFO activity in the 70s. So I put two and two together, and I went to my grandma.
I wonder how much of the UFO activity was just Venus. Apparently Venus gets confused for a UFO an awful lot of the time.
And I said, Grandma, I think I know what happened. I am an alien that I was left by mistake here but I belong to a country, to a planet where all the girls have peepees like me.
So the two of them would wait outside together.
Oh, so that person is trans. Okay, there you go. Yeah. I guess I get the relevance. I'm more waiting for the shit. Well, this one says the social contagion is real. Maybe we're starting to actually understand this. There's definitely an aspect of social contagion to trans, and that's why it's more popular, or more people are coming out as it. It kind of has to be, in a way. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. It's who's getting in on it, you know what I mean? It's whether people who have those feelings, and they're very pervasive, are now able to put that onto themselves and say, I'm trans, and this is going to improve their life. Or whether people are doing it for the wrong reasons. And unfortunately, I think it's a bit of both. You're going to get more people that are going to be happier because it's more accepted. And it should be more accepted for sure. But then you're going to get more people that they think that's what's going on, but it isn't necessarily, you know?
Night waiting for the aliens to come and pick her back up. It wasn't until years later when Cecilia moved to a big city that everything finally clicked. She saw a trans woman working the street and she immediately knew she was the same. The trans woman spoke with her. She said, you can be trans too, but you have to know that you'll be working the streets, you'll be on drugs, and you're going to die young. And I think this story specifically highlights the fact that transness has existed throughout all of time, but so many people just don't have the language or the...
I don't think this is true. I don't think it's existed throughout all of time. I think it's a modern conception. I think gender nonconformity has existed throughout time. And I think a certain urge within some people to live as the other sex has. And if you want to call that transness, then I guess. But transness is an extremely nebulous thing. Like, what is transness? What is my transness? I don't know. I just kind of am.
The understanding of what's happening in their bodies to even be able to like label it when you're just plopped into this binary way of thinking. How are you supposed to know who you are?
Yeah.
You know?
And it's also like, because I know that was in Argentina, but I know another, like other places like Brazil, like have like similar situations. Imagine like you're a kid, meet your first trans woman, and it's like, oh, this is you. Asterisk, you're gonna die young. So it's like, even if you're given that news, you'd probably be like, you know what?
And she still chose to transition though. Like that is how strongly.
I mean, baby, I'm Lebanese. Right. Like I was born there. Whole family. You know, it's really giving that. My dad's like an old guy. He's Canadian, but like still, the language for transness wasn't accessible for me even. Not until I saw Caitlyn, which. Terrible example. But like
interesting role model.
But like what really gags me, it's like, because even for me, like I was looking at Caitlyn Jenner when I was, I don't know, like 12, 13 ish, and my dad was having a whole like thing over it because he was a fan back when she was an Olympian. And then I'm here like
like,
wait, what?
Yeah, Bax, I agree that like gender nonconformity has always existed. I think trans is more a manifestation of that, but it's a very modern thing. Like, I imagine that the kinds of people that they're probably living in different ways and conceived of it differently. I think it's very dangerous to take like modern concepts that have really only existed for a certain amount of time in the way we conceive of them and start applying them to history. But for sure, like gender nonconformity has always been a thing.
Sometimes the language, while it may not be accessible verbally, there's always seeing, which can eventually lead to believing. So it's like you don't see yourself in yourself until you see yourself in another person sometimes. And that's 100%. Kind of a normal path for a lot of us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is this where the whole like social contagion thing comes from? You see it and then you become it?
That's... I think it's really important, and a lot of essays that I was reading specifically warn against conflating access and support to social contagion, because they're different things. Like just being able to see what it is you're feeling, like you're having this internal struggle no matter what. You just can't place and label it, you know? But it was already there.
Well, that can be the case. You're feeling something. The problem is, when someone is feeling something and they're unhappy about something, and trans offers a solution, and maybe they've got like memories that like conform to this and make it make sense, but it might actually not be what's right for them. You know what I mean? That's where the danger of like social contagion comes in. It's going to help more people that need that specific kind of help, but then also be taken on by people that are just kind of desperate for anything. And it's not necessarily the right call.
Yeah, so you don't know how to be a woman until your mother shows you how to.
Very true. Yeah.
It's like, to a certain extent, no matter what, there's a level of contagion when it comes to any form of gender expression. We can call it a contagion, but we can also call it a regular mechanism.
There's so many different layers to gender, and we're going to get into that discussion as well right now. Is a lot of the science is like trying to prove that gender is biological. For some people, maybe it feels that way, but for other people, it doesn't. And it's like so complicated and layered that we're like born into the system that conditions you since birth to be a certain gender. And for some people, they can fit into that, but then a lot of other people, you don't.
Shout out my non-binaries. Yeah. Shout out.
As many of you know from our last episode, sadly this year we've lost our biggest presenting sponsor, and that means that
people are trying to.
And
I know that money.
Now back
starting to identify.
To the episode.
Do y'all remember how people reacted to the rise in young people starting to identify as trans?
Super supportive, very good.
Oh, yeah. I think it went really well.
Oh my God, yeah.
I actually just woke up out of a coma, and I think it went super good.
My whole conservative neighborhood put up trans flags immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as it came on Fox, it was everywhere. Yeah.
So actually, unfortunately, it was... I'm so sorry to tell everyone. It was a full-blown moral panic,
honey.
And we're still living in it. So transness was framed as a threat to society's values, to the children, and to women's safety. And all of it was built on pseudoscience, exaggerations, and misleading claims. Transness was deemed a social contagion of rapid onset gender dysphoria, a mass psychogenic illness.
I think ROGD is a thing. There has to be some, like... It's a specific thing that it refers to, a specific group of people coming to the conclusion they're trans in a very specific way. That's what ROGD refers to. It's like the kind of huge spate of like young teenage girls specifically who weren't gender non-conforming kind of coming onto that very quickly. I think to just call this like pseudoscience out the gate, it just suggests a huge amount of bias, you know? There are a lot of conservatives who are brain broken over trans stuff. Yep, there's just a lot of people that are brain broken over trans stuff. There's a lot of bullshit coming from both sides. And like, if you don't like what's going on the conservative side, you go to the other side, and now suddenly everyone is just whatever they call themselves, which is just ridiculous. And woman and man mean nothing anymore. Well, no, they do mean something. The fact that I want to be female and want to be a woman is because that thing already exists for me to want, instead of what I am and what I have, you know? So I don't know. I like both sides need to fucking get their head out their asses about this whole thing, for sure.
Illness infecting teenagers. Like, really, this language is being used.
Contagion.
It's so dramatic.
Isn't it so interesting how it's always about the children?
I say so dramatic, but I'm always talking about like fucking suicide constantly. Again, you can say this about one side, but then you look at the other side and it's like not any better or even worse, perhaps.
The ones they don't want to feed.
Yeah, that.
Or educate.
The rapid onset of gender dysphoria. It didn't exist in you until you realize a trans person exists.
Here's the transphobic biggest hits from the last few years.
Biggest hits, the top 10.
The top 10. So we got attacks on drag story times, transvestigations on celebrities, Olympic controversies over trans and intersex athletes, and laws targeting trans youth.
Which
Is
one
it
was
coming
your favorite?
back? Do you remember?
I mean, the laws targeting trans youth, like, are you surprised? There's a lot of good reasons why you probably shouldn't transition kids, you know?
Remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's interesting they're going to talk about trans brains, by the way. One of the things that they found in these studies, which does seem to have like a decent basis to it, I think it's called the bed stria of the nuclear... Fuck, what was it called? The bed stria terminalis, something or other. Part of the hypothalamus, I think. That genuinely, or generally does actually manifest as much bigger in males than females. And they found some evidence that in trans women it tends to be smaller, so more like a female. But this is something that doesn't manifest until your adulthood. So we're talking about trans brains and the potential that you can find evidence of so-called transness in the brain. But this is already something. The best case that we have for something that might actually be different in trans people is something that manifests in adulthood. And now we're talking about trans kids here.
As the moral panic surrounding transness intensified over the last 8 years, something else accelerated alongside it. Scientific research. More specifically, research trying to answer 2 questions. 1, what causes someone to be transgender? And 2, what are the effects of a medical transition? On the surface, that may sound neutral, even necessary. Scientific hypotheses often present themselves as objective and apolitical, but what we choose to study is never neutral. Let's begin with the question of what causes someone to be transgender. As YouTuber Lily Alexander pointed out, we don't commission studies on what causes people to be cisgender or straight.
Why would we? People are probably straight because the people before them were straight and had kids. And the people before them were straight and had kids. And the people before them were straight and had kids. And cisgender to me seems like that absence of overthinking your gender identity, to be honest. So I don't know. I don't know why this is a point of anything. If something is different, then you want to know why that thing is different to the norm. Why are things the norm? Well, I mean, people are straight and they have kids. There are probably quite easy evolutionary explanations for why people are generally heterosexual, right? Do we need studies to prove that, or do you just kind of fit it to the very obvious logic, you know?
Our society assumes it to be a natural way of being, despite it being actively enforced on all of us from birth. What's embedded into the question, what causes trans...
Yeah, I don't know. I hate, like, all this kind of stuff. Just gives me a fucking aneurysm, man. Enforced on us at birth. I mean, it's culturally normal because that's what most people are. But again, most people don't know why they're attracted to the other sex when they're straight. They just kind of are. It just is the norm. So it's gonna be, culturally significant. And like, is it enforced on all of us from birth? You assume someone's like probably straight, but you don't really know. Like, do you really think about like children's sexualities? And then eventually people come out. And that used to be kind of policed an awful lot, but nowadays, like, you come out as gay, that's just fucking normal. I don't know. I think we should cite better sources than YouTubers, to be quite honest. This person is very navel-gazy kind of shit from what I've seen. I've never been impressed by this person.
On all of us from birth. What's embedded into the question, what causes transness, is an assumption that transness is not aligned with, quote, normal development. The question I want to ask all of y'all is, how is it ethically dangerous to try and scientifically explain transness?
There's a difference between correlation and causation, and that's what we operate from. It's very hard to find a cause for anything.
Yeah.
You have to get a super low statistical value with a ton of samples, and then it has to be like one thing, but it's almost never one thing.
Nope.
So it's like when you try to assign a cause, you almost try to assign a value, and people are able to interpret what that cause means.
Am I still on? Can someone confirm that I am still on, please? Oh, it's saying 2 out of 2 again. Okay.
Means, however they value, and people are able to interpret what that cause means however they'd like. So then we get into this ethical predicament of, okay, so what if we do find a cause? Are we going to start qualifying people who gets to be trans and who...
Yeah, this is literally, I actually agree with this. This is literally the issue with a lot of the trans brain stuff. Functionally, to find any kind of difference in trans brains to where you can look at someone's brain and say, this person is trans. That comes with the implication that then you can scan people's brains and tell them you are or are not trans. For all I know, maybe my brain was the most male-looking thing fucking ever before I took hormones, you know what I mean? The implications of this are not something that anyone really wants. So more than anything, like, this has become a big talking point. And it seems to have a lot more kind of anti-use than use in a way, in that it's probably going to end up stopping more people from transitioning. But maybe the transition's right for them. Maybe they would have been happy, and it's just that their brain looks like a normal brain. So you have to be careful what you do with this kind of stuff. So I do actually, this is actually very true.
Who doesn't, who gets access to care. All those things become super important when we're talking about like, how does research come into play in these conversations?
Like,
I mean, ultimately it has to be, is this treatment right for this person? Not, does this person's brain look like the kind of brain that we've decided should get this treatment, because that somehow means that they are trans, which is a nebulous and subjective concept itself. So yeah, this is true. This is very true.
Meet this cause, yes or no. If you don't meet this cause, then your story or like how you feel isn't valid.
Yeah.
Like, do you mean, are you...
Because it is based on feelings. How much does the shape of any which part of your brain determine how you feel about something? How much does the shape and appearance of your brain correlate onto your experience of gender and how you feel about it and how you internalize it and shit like that?
People judging, like, are you trans enough to receive gender-affirming care?
Yeah. How trans are you? Do you meet X, Y, Z? There's a whole slew of problems that come with an actual diagnosis of gender dysphoria, but it's like, if we ever do get to like a root cause of transsexualism, there is like an ethical predicament in terms of like how we're going to legislate that.
I don't think there is a root cause. I think there's a lot of different ways you can feel a certain way. And it's just always going to be that way.
And the interesting thing is the trans umbrella has really expanded as well. A lot of the research that's happening.
I hate this shit, by the way. Transsexual should be its own distinct thing. Genderqueer or whatever is another thing entirely. I hate the trans umbrella. Get rid of the trans umbrella. Burn it. Whatever you need to do.
Is on samples of people who felt they were trans from a very young age, like pre-puberty is what I'm seeing. But that's not everyone's trans experience at all.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
Like, especially for non-binary people.
That whole idea of like, are you trans enough?
Yeah.
I forget if I said this in the last episode, but part of the reason why I didn't come out even after realizing I was trans for like...
I don't think there's such thing as trans enough, by the way. I don't know what that means to say. Like, you're not determining whether someone's trans enough to receive trans healthcare. And if it ever gets to the point where that's the approach, then that's really quite batshit. Fundamentally, you're like treating a problem and that's a solution. It's whether or not it's going to help the person, you know? Like, transness having some kind of value between 0 and 1 doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you just kind of are trans or you aren't, I think. Many different phenomena being shoved under this umbrella. Well, we've decided that trans is all about just identity. And I guess identity or self-identity is a component to it, because you have to take on that this is something that's different about you, and so you need like that specific care. But now it involves things that are literally just deciding that rather than male, you're non-binary. Like, well, what does that mean? What does that have to do with living as the other sex? I think that like actually living as the other sex is its own distinct thing. I think that someone that just labels himself a certain thing has absolutely no idea what the experience is of someone, you know, bearing in mind men and women look different on average. And it's difficult to cross that boundary. Like most of us just end up looking fucking weird, you know? And that's a very unique experience that I think needs treating more as a separate thing. The idea that it's just, oh, well, I call myself something and that's all that matters. Like I really, really reject that, to be honest.
Up to 4 years in that closet was because I was
just me in that closet.
Just me in that closet. That same stuffy air. Surrounded by women's clothes. I didn't come out for so long because although I'm a man, but I'm also non-binary. And you'd have, especially around that time, it was like 2015, you'd have a lot of that like transphobia, but you had a lot of NB phobia too. That would basically the other like binary trans folks attacking the non-binaries, being like, you're not trans enough. You can't be here.
No, it's not that you're not trans enough. It's that you're not trans and you have your own thing. And there's going to be some crossover with like how you should treat it, because maybe you have a kind of gender dysphoria where you benefit from some things but not others. And so maybe there's crossover in that way as well. But fundamentally, it's just not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
You can't speak on this issue.
The dolls have a bone to pick.
So I wouldn't think that I was trans enough. Like, I can't be in this space. Like, I'm probably just making this shit up. Maybe I'm just a tomboy until it just, like, the egg just, like, cracked. I'm like, I can't keep this in anymore. I actually, this can't, I'm suffocating. So
what do you think the root of, like, that conflict is between, like, MBs and
I think
and
it's...
From my mind, what I witnessed was like I knew a lot of people that were like involved in like trans spaces that weren't trans themselves, and that's not a problem. It's not actually a bad thing at all. What I observed was like some of these people who weren't trans and weren't gender non-conforming or anything like that would then start taking on like an identity that enabled them to start calling themselves trans and like start speaking from this like supposed shared experience, which I just fundamentally think that a person like that doesn't have with someone like me. And being allowed to get away with it because they're, you know, they have more of a platform. And like what I'm seeing is very gender conforming people just simply labeling themselves. And now they have this shared trauma and this shared experience. And to me, that seemed like bullshit. And to me, a lot of these people were pushing like really bad ideas, like on our behalves. And like trying to bend it to fit them to the point where now it is kind of meaningless. And I don't like that whole thing. I don't know. It's not about one thing versus another. It's about, there are two very different experiences. There are a lot of things that someone who labels themselves non-binary, and that's the sum total of it, won't understand about being transsexual. There is a bit of stolen valor, I think. I think that's fair to say. And people start using this language of like, oh, our experience, you know, we've always been here. It's like, what do you mean you've always been here? You're a person that calls yourself a thing. What's that got to do with my experience? And it's fine to be involved in that shit, and it's fine to kind of be there for those kinds of people and to advocate and shit. It's when it starts becoming, you know, it has to be about identity because people feel a certain way. Well, there's a commonality in that transsexual people identify a certain way and non-binary people identify a certain way. But that doesn't mean that that's the essence of it. Like, to be transsexual is a lot more than just calling yourself a thing. I know it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain, but I witnessed an awful lot of that. And it got to the point where it's like, I don't even know what trans means anymore. Oh, you just identify as something other than your sex at birth. Well, you know, if that's all I had to do, then I wouldn't have bothered with any of this shit, to be honest. But okay, sure.
like binary trans people. Yeah. I think it's a lot of just like internalized transphobia.
And these people are idiots. They all say this. It's always, oh, it's internalized transphobia. No, it's not. It's because you're different from us. And it's fine, but just accept that you're different. Accept that it's not the same thing. Like, these are the kind of thought-terminating cliches that a lot of these activist types will fall back on, so they don't have to actually think about how there's significant differences between the groups that we're talking about. It's, no, you have to let us in, and if you don't want to, we'll just say that you're internally transphobic. What the fuck does internally transphobic even mean? What's internalized transphobia? Do I hate myself as a trans person, and therefore I don't think that non-binary is the same thing as trans? Well, no, that's not how it is at all. But how do you even begin to enter a conversation with people that will just write off, you know, how a lot of us feel with internalized transphobia? I don't even know what you're saying when you say that, to be quite honest, you know?
Like binary trans people. Yeah. I think it's a lot of just like internalized transphobia.
Like wanting to be passable and like wanting the community to be passable.
It's partially that.
Yeah.
This is retarded. Maybe there's some people that think this way, and it's a really dumb way of thinking. I don't care about the community being passable. I just think the word should mean something. I think it should refer to something at least somewhat specific, because now it means nothing. So it's like, well, now it's almost like we need another word. And I guess you can say there's transgender and there's transsexual. The problem is they both shorten down to the same thing. So then when we talk about what we found about the trans brain, who are we talking about? If transgender could be literally anything that decided tomorrow that they're another gender to what their sex is or something, then that kind of devalues the whole concept of like transsexual, because we're just shortening it all down to the same word as trans. So surely trans should mean something specific. And then we already have other words. That's the thing. We already have that language. Non-binary does not have to mean trans when you already have that word anyway. And it's fine to use that word. And I think it maps onto something, and I'm whatever. If that's what you think you are, then sure, it's no skin off my nose or whatever. But then it starts kind of colonizing trans. It starts it starts dragging down the bottom of what it actually means to the point where actually there's no barrier to entry at all. And that makes it meaningless, you know? Being trans seems like torture. Not really. It's not that bad. Usually people that think it is have few other problems or far too much time on their hands to worry about the problems with being trans. I don't know.
The perspective that I've gotten from a lot of dolls is I didn't do all this and go through all that and pay for all of this to look like this just for you to say that you're trans and be like that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like...
I don't feel that either. That's the thing. I just think it should mean something. It's that simple. How are you going to tell me that you know what it's like living your life as the other sex and looking very unfortunate and getting all kinds of shit for it specifically as someone who calls yourself a thing and dresses kind of androgynously? Cis people also are androgynous. So what does what you call yourself actually matter in that regard? Whereas if you're living as the other sex, that is a specific action and experience, you know? So it's just about having labels that fucking mean something at the end of the day. There's no like, it's not like fucking trenders calling themselves trans is actually affecting my life that much. It's just the label makes no sense, and I think it should make sense. We're trying to see something much deeper in it than it is. And I think some transsexual people are kind of retards on this whole thing as well. I think pointing at like queers and saying, oh well, you're like ruining my rights by saying you're trans when you're not, like, I don't really feel that kind of shit either. I don't think it's like that consequential. But we can't have any sensible conversations about what should be called what and why it makes any sense to lump in so many things under the same thing. When, you know, from the outset, we're like, well, you can only be thinking that way if you're internally bigoted, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. My pain and suffering cannot mean that you have no pain and suffering. Mm-hmm. You have to go through like...
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with this for me. I think it's stupid when people on one side do it. I think it's stupid when people on this side assume that someone like me thinks that, oh, well, my pain and suffering... Well, no, it's different experiences.
The due diligence of your pain and suffering to be able to like qualify for the title.
Being trans,
I don't base being trans on fucking pain and suffering. We're all like fucking Western white people living in relative comfort where we get to do this kind of shit in the first place. It's not really about pain and suffering.
Trans is almost like a self-hazing process for some people. You find yourself vindicated because you went through all of these struggles that maybe you didn't necessarily have to go through if things were more accessible to begin with.
Yeah, which like sucks because you would want the, especially like younger trans folks, to not have to experience the same sort of things that you had to go through. A lot of the studies that we looked at, and even some of the ones that were referenced in that main one, they use that as sort of like, who is trans? Well, it's like, well, you know, do they kind of also experience gender dysphoria as just one of the requirements? But the thing is, though, is that you don't have to have gender dysphoria in order to be trans. You can just be trans. You don't even have to medically transition if you don't want to. You don't have to experience dysphoria. You can just be trans. And so that was like also part of the like.
When did I first experience gender dysphoria? I'm not sure really. I've always not liked being male, I guess, as long as I can remember. I've always been more drawn to kind of femininity, to where like the way I styled myself, like even as a teenager, was much more feminine. I just kind of always wanted that whole thing. And like when I get to choose what I look like, it's gonna be like this rather than like what you'd expect a guy to. I've just always been like this, I think. I probably pathologized it a lot more than I should because I was unhappy about a lot of other things in my life, and that's probably why I transitioned. But I don't really regret it because I like being more feminine, you know?
Like, whole thing about being non-binary too, it's like, do I experience enough gender dysphoria? At the time, I thought not enough. Oh yeah, I was very dysphoric. But like...
But like, also, part of the gender dysphoria diagnosis is like, it has to be severe enough, like your discomfort with your gender must be severe enough that it's debilitating to your life.
Well, this is where like you have to medicalize it, so it has to work the same way as like any other mental health issue. So this exists the way this person has just laid it out for a reason, you know.
Right.
So then what happens when, somebody's been on HRT for a couple of years and, they're pickled and they're fished out and it's just like you're not experiencing.
I'm sorry.
Pickled and fished out.
I've never heard the term pickled before.
I've never heard of that before.
Really?
Yeah. The image in my mind.
Not because like some of the old femme queens, like when you're moaning, like when you're taking your shots, they say that you're getting pickled. But yeah, like when you're like moaned out and then you suddenly have some of your gender dysphoria alleviated and your discomfort is no longer there.
Right.
Do you qualify for these same medications?
No,
Well, surely the point is, if you came off them, you'd be dysphoric again, probably. And if you're going to get like surgery and shit, then you're going to have to sustain some kind of HRT.
must just mean that the treatment is working.
Yeah.
Right.
But the DSM-5
Well, it might mean the treatment's working. It might mean a lot of things.
logically, in the way that the language is structured, gives the powers that be the ability to change it if they really feel like it.
Can you say what the DSM-5 is for listeners?
That's true, yeah.
So basically the DSM-5 is just a big book of all the diagnoses for mental health disorders. So it lists all of the symptoms, all of the qualifying attributes for you to have things like bipolar, anxiety, BPD, gender dysphoria is one of them.
Kind of going back onto like, the ethical dilemma of having this sort of quantified by science. You might have some trans people that, go on hormones for maybe about a year, maybe 2 years, and they're satisfied with it. Or they approach the doctor being like, I am trans, but I only want to go on this temporarily. But they're like, well, you have this gene. All the other binary trans folks are on this for the rest of your life. What do you listen to? Do you listen to the patient or do you listen to the science?
Do either of you want to talk about like the ethical dilemma in terms of like bioessentialism or the eugenics perspective?
The bioessentialism part that I kind of understood, I kind of mentioned it, where it's like, you don't have to medically transition in order to be trans. A lot of the bioessentialism in the community is, kind of like what you touched on. It's like, I didn't go through all of this in order like to be.
I actually agree, by the way. You don't actually have to go on medication or whatever to be trans. I think it fundamentally is more about social transition and living as the other sex. Because I treat it as a binary thing and non-binary is a separate thing. Like, at that point, I don't know, you're identifying as God knows fucking what. So I think the binary thing should be separated. And like it is about like if you genetically just look a lot like a woman when you're a man and you want to transition and you don't really see the point, like you want to live as a woman, but you don't really see the point in like doing anything because you feel like you already look like a woman, you're already like seen as a woman and like whatever, then that kind of treatment isn't necessary, surely, if that's what it's about. Because, for like binary transsexuals, it really is about living as the other sex and being accepted in your community and society and whatever as the other sex. People defaulting, if you're male, defaulting to she and stuff like that. And then again, that's another thing. Like, the goal of most binary, like, transsexual people is just very different to the goal of, like, a lot of non-binary people, I would say. Like, you want to be regarded as an intermediate gender. Well, it's very different. It's going to take an awful lot of, how do I put this? Fuck, it's difficult to explain. It's just a very different goal, I guess. I think that needs taking account when deciding what gets like, categorized as what.
Be trans and then you don't have to when you're trans. It's like, no. That actually hurts all of us in this community when you act like that. And then you got a lot of the bioessentialism in the community is, kind of like what you touched on. It's like, I didn't go through all of this in order like to be trans and then you don't have to when you're trans. It's like, no, that actually hurts all of us.
I don't know how it hurts all of us. I don't know what we're saying here. Like, it's really annoying sometimes. These kinds of people will complain correctly in a way that you get these trans people that are like, well, it hurts all of us if we're going to say that you don't have to be on HRT for X amount of years to be trans. Like, that doesn't make any sense to say. But then why does it make sense to say the other way around? You know what I mean? Like, who's being hurt? We're talking about what to apply, where to apply which label and stuff. When it's more about just what makes you happy, ultimately.
In this community.
I think the labels should mean something, but at the same time, the labels themselves are only actually so important. It really is just about someone's happiness. And if crossing certain gender boundaries is what makes you happy, then that's kind of what you do. It doesn't actually matter a huge amount what's referred to as trans in that way. I just think trans should mean something, you know?
When you act like that. And then you got eugenics. You got eugenics. Back to Nazis.
Yeah. And just to like define eugenics for people who may not know, it was fathered by Francis Galton.
It's always fathered. Hey, you have a mother.
Yeah.
Let's mother something.
I can be that.
Yeah. And it was in the late 1800s.
We all need it.
And eugenics is the idea that the gene pool of the human species could somehow be improved if certain people with different abilities didn't have kids. And this idea was, of course, super popular with Hitler, but also happened in the US and Canada with forced sterilization and institutionalization of disabled people, indigenous people, and queer people. At the end of World War II, however, everyone had a real distaste for eugenics. But the thing is, today it shows up in more subtle ways.
It's coming back.
Through something called soft eugenics. And this is kind of what would be the problem in this case, right? So this doesn't happen through government force, but through technology and social pressure. So soft eugenics is when science starts identifying traits before birth, like Down syndrome or even the sex of your baby. Society both implicitly or explicitly encourages preventing certain traits, and then we start to drift into this similar territory. When medical ultrasounds rolled out in the 60s and 70s, and they were able to like see the sex of the baby, people started aborting like female fetuses, like so much so that China and India had to like ban fetal sex screenings in 1994.
I was muted. All of this I more or less agree with in terms of you find the trans gene, what's the implication? You can find it in the womb. People might abort those specific babies or something. Not generally a good thing. And again, you know, it's something I've touched on many a time. You actually identify a cause for trans that you can observe, especially in the womb. This is the kind of implication. So maybe there's a point to which it's not a good idea to look for it. I think we should still try and understand as much as we can about a specific thing. But there is always that to consider.
So these things happen.
And also to add on eugenics in the
Are they crying? Oh, I don't know, man. They're activists. Activist shit.
Way of forced sterilization actually still continues in Canada.
To be fair, these people are Canadian. They're right above the US. If we had someone like Trump in office, I'd probably be crying more too, to be honest.
The indigenous populations, we usually don't hear about it until a whistleblower comes out in some of these hospitals, and especially in the birthing wards where it's like, we won't give you back your baby unless you sign these papers to force sterilize you. It's like, imagine we find like a gene for being trans. It will never be a gene. I mean, there's over 350 genes just to determine whether you're a night owl or an early bird.
350 just for like your sleeping pattern?
Yeah, and probably more. And my friend, right? And I have a friend who's actually in neurology. She ally. She an ally. So, but she is also in circadian rhythm and also pain in neurology. We technically haven't really found a pain gene. Yes.
Gene.
Yeah, a gene for pain. So to find a gene for something as complex as gender, she'll call the Nobel Prize, because what the fuck?
There's only a handful of like single genes that cause entire systems to collapse.
Yeah, your eye color is not one of them. Your eye color has like 6 to 30 genes.
But I mean, if they were able to find it, like the scary thing could be if you could see it in an ultrasound, right? And then even people who maybe support trans rights, they're thinking, I don't want my child to struggle.
It's like, thinking that you're a good Samaritan in some way because you're like, oh, I'm thinking about their benefit. You know, they're suffering. But it's like,
are you though? Yeah. It's like, it feels like a good Samaritan, but at the same time, it's like, you know, there's nothing inherently wrong with being trans, right?
Do you deserve to be a parent?
Ultrasound says no.
Just imagine when the baby's born, there's like an ultrasound that you just put right on top of their forehead, and there's a big sign that blinks tranny.
Fuck. I was even thinking you put the ultrasound on it and you like the baby turns its head and you see the septum piercing already being like, oh, it's a faggot.
I disavow.
Are we allowed to say this on the air?
In the name of love. I do think that there is something to be said about the difference in
Dean Withers in drag. Hey, come on, this guy's hairline isn't that bad, Jesus. Listen. I'm not really a queer, so like this kind of thing is just culturally a bit far away from me. And like, I don't know. I'm just grinning and bearing it. It's more about the information. It's more about what I agree with and what I disagree with.
Experience between people who are medically transitioning though and those who aren't, because it's like, and it's the reason why I, in polite conversation, I still call myself transgender, but I do actively use the term transsexual because it's more semantically accurate.
Yeah, so this person hang on, so this person actually understands what I mean to an extent. Like, it does refer to two different things, transsexual and transgender. And I take it a step further by saying, well, then we really shouldn't have two words that mean different things, both shortening down to the same word, which everyone uses, usually to mean transsexual, not transgender. And it encompasses too much stuff that is very different. I think this person is using like medicalized and non-medicalized as like the kind of the binary. Whereas to me, it's more about, you know, living specifically as the other sex versus not. And medicalizing is just usually part of the pathway because, surprisingly enough, usually taking the other sex hormones, growing boobs and stuff like that, does help you live as the other sex, you know?
Transsexual because it's more semantically accurate.
Interesting. I mean, that person is like, I don't know about this person as much because, you know, but like this person here is very much like transsexual. Obviously they are living as a woman, not a man. If I looked at this person, I would assume they're a woman. It's just very obvious that this person is transsexual. You can say you can be transsexual and transgender at the same time. You can definitely be trans and non-binary at the same time. But again, that's really the issue, is like, so trans should mean that specifically then. They're different things. Then we should label different things differently. The trans umbrella doesn't seem very necessary. There's already an umbrella, really, which is gender nonconformity. Like, that's fine. We don't need umbrellas within umbrellas within umbrellas.
Transsexual because it's more...
arguably, trans goes under the queer umbrella as well. But me, I don't use queer. So I would push back on that.
Semantically accurate.
Interesting. I've never heard anyone say that before.
Okay, I actually didn't hear... I've never heard that before because
These people have never heard this. It is mind-blowing to me sometimes. They have a queer podcast. I do genuinely feel like they have little understanding of, like, transsexual people. Which is bizarre because how many people must come through and be part of this podcast that are very much, like, transsexual. That very much... They're one sex, but you're seeing the other, which this person here very much fits.
Interesting. I've never heard anyone say that before.
Okay, I actually didn't hear... I've never heard that before because I know, like, folks would say, at least what I was told, it's like the folks who use transsexuals are like the older trans
like
folks.
Dated language.
It is really dated language, but like there is
not really. People still use it, and it's necessary because trans means basically nothing. Like, that's what happens.
There's a certain point that I've come to where I'm like, there's a difference between, you know, trans people who are moaning and who aren't.
Does transsexual specifically imply a medical transition?
Yes.
Is that why?
No, I disagree with that. Transsexual implies I'm one sex, I live as the other. It's just that you're almost guaranteed to have some kind of medical transition. Because if you want to live as a woman, you probably want a vagina. You probably want boobs. So I disagree that it necessitates HRT or anything. You could get a trans person that's so passing without any of that they don't need it. And then it really isn't about, it's about how you're living your life. It's about what you're known as. It's about what people see when they see you. Because that's ultimately why you do those things. It's partly to alleviate gender dysphoria. But part of the alleviating gender dysphoria is being seen as what you want to be seen as. What was always like super important to me was that people saw me as a woman whether I was or not. And that I didn't have to tell people. That they just see me and that's what they understand me to be, you know what I mean? What, the one on the right you just saw as a flamboyant gay man? I definitely not agreeing there. Like, this person is very obviously a trans woman.
Like so like the way that they would say it in the past, because it's
like, I think we're confusing transsexual and transmed, which is not the same thing. If you're a transmed, you do necessarily think you need dysphoria. You do necessarily think, usually, that you have to have a certain amount of treatment before you can be considered trans. I actually reject all that. I used to think some of it, mostly because I didn't know why else mostly because I didn't know why else someone would transition. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other reasons, and that doesn't mean that someone living their life the same way as me, but without any gender dysphoria, isn't also trans. You know what I mean? So again, it's more about living as the other sex, ultimately.
It's like, if you're transgender, self-explanatory.
Yeah.
If you're transsexual, you're seeking to change your sex.
Yeah.
So it's like that would imply.
Yeah, but it's changing sex in society more than anything.
By a medical change versus like a
that does make sense actually. Yeah, your sex versus your gender, because you have the thing is
transsexual people change their gender. In as much as, I mean, I don't think people have a gender. I think gender exists all around us, and you have your feelings and so on. But that comes from like a kind of a set of rules that exists all around us and so on. But like, you can't actually really change your sex in a meaningful way, because no one, you know, maybe one day in the distant future, as it stands, you're not going to get people taking on the other reproductive role. All you can really do is nullify the one you have. Whereas if you exploit gender, you can change sex and change gender in the eyes of other people. You know what I mean? So transsexual necessitates changing gender. Whereas you might just be going against like gender norms, which everyone does to at least a small extent, pretty much. That isn't really trans. There's kind of an intentionality towards being the other thing specifically. You know?
Binary person like me.
Yeah, but you don't see him as a woman because you know what I mean? If that was just a random person that was on a random news thing and had nothing to do with trans, you might not even know that they're male. But you get the confirmation bias of it being a thing specifically about trans, so it kind of suggests that the people on here are going to be trans people, you know?
Me is also technically, I'm not cisgender, and I'm under the trans umbrella, but I have a mild gender dysphoria in certain senses, but I don't feel I would ever like medically transition in any way, and I don't.
You know, cis people can have gender dysphoria, by the way.
I feel like in any big way, I needed to change things other than some aesthetics to make myself feel better, right? Yeah. But technically, that's under the trans umbrella. Yeah. But it is a very different experience than someone who's transitioning.
We're all
so why do we use trans to refer to all of that kind of stuff? Why not just have different words for that kind of thing? That's what I think.
And it's just like we have to be careful when we're making certain distinctions about what experiences we have the authorization to speak on.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You know, true. And then also, if you're like a white trans person versus a trans person of color, that experience is different. And then if you're visibly trans, because like
even if you can't afford your transition, it's such an expensive thing to do.
And it's also it's your body. You're kind of rolling the dice on how your body is going to take up hormones. I mean, like I'm really lucky that mine, like I started passing 50% of the time.
You became so handsome.
Thank you.
You're so lucky.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
I think his person passes well. They just have a deep voice. But hey, listen, it doesn't actually matter that much.
It feels like God finally threw a bone to me. Oh my God. But yeah, no, I will though. I still will never forget the experience of having socially transitioned and now living as Sebastian, but still being visibly trans. Right. And the way like people would interact with me, the way they would look at me on the street. And I have people really close to me who are like trans mass, but for whatever reason can't access like hormones or can't get like top surgery. But it's
here's the thing: if this trans mask person they're describing is like doing what they can to live like a man anyway, and can't access a lot of this stuff, and has a certain intentionality towards it if they were able to me that's still trans, sure. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Like yo, every second of the like every time I'm with them, I'm like, yo man, you looking so handsome today. I don't give a fuck. I don't give
That's called gaslighting, by the way.
a fuck if that person just
100%.
catcalled you. It's because you're too handsome. Like,
Oh yeah.
right? But it is like the different experience of that I have now.
But reminder to trans people at large, you're not as clocky as you think you are. Sometimes you're just alt.
I love
Yeah.
alt.
Yeah. And
This is also called gaslighting, by the way.
yeah.
Question.
And then sometimes, sometimes it's nice. I also sometimes even now, like even when I'm most like masks, like presenting, I'll still get she heard, and I like to remember that
You're alt. Look at those gloves.
I am alt.
Daily affirmation from Maya. You're just alt.
Sometimes you're just alt.
I've started to think that alt maybe just means you have horrendous taste in fashion. Maybe that's it. I mean, am I alt? I don't know. That could be a word you can use. Yeah, you're alt. You're not trans. You just dress up a certain way. You think you are a certain thing. You're alt. Why can't we use that word? Instead, all of the words blend into one. I don't see the value in that personally. Burn the trans umbrella. Do whatever you gotta do.
Alt, babe.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just better. But like say like I'm coming out of a job interview type mask, and I still get a she her. I like to remember that cis people also get misgendered sometimes too.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, I do all the time.
Yeah.
Actually, the other day,
You
just
look
as
more
I was-
non-binary than.
The other day, as I was walking
This person's cis? I mean, I don't know. You see lesbians that look like this, you know.
out of here to go to my place, some dude chased me down. He was like, "Sir, excuse me, sir, brother." And then eventually he caught up, and I was like, "You talking to me? Hello?"
This SpongeBob fish guy.
I'll be back in like 1 sec. Like the stream, etc. Uta Firth. I don't know who that is, but fair enough. Maybe I'll look into that one day.
Yeah, and then he was like, "You got $5."
Don't forget, you can super chat on Streamlabs in the link in my description. You can also super chat using YouTube, or give memberships, or join the channel, or give a super sticker. Check the links in my description. I have Discord, I have music, I have Patreon. Anyway.
You got $5. Really? He ran after you like you owed him money.
Got $5.
Oh my god! Of all the people on the street, on these Toronto streets, he's like that.
That little sir has $5.
That little gentleman. That Twinkie Winky has my $5.
All right.
Okay.
My next question.
Please.
All right. Are there potential benefits, though, to scientifically explaining why people are trans?
Yeah.
What do you
us.
think?
There's the obvious information. Dissemination of information can be a double-edged sword, but
Like
there's
dissemination of information. You know, you're like Eminem.
we need to stop doing just let them speak. Everything doesn't have to be like a quirky tangent. Oh my god, this is killing me.
But like disseminating information is a double-edged sword, right? There's always going to be a good side to giving people information about something because no matter what you're in.
I can say this about the increased awareness of trans because some people are going to be helped by it when they wouldn't have otherwise. Some people are going to think they're trans when they're not and potentially change their bodies irreparably and then regret it, which is amplified with children. I'm guessing all these people think that children should transition, so I don't know.
Informing them to potentially consent to something in the future. But then there's also the backlash. So it's like the benefit to
these people are annoying. Listen, I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best. Supposedly there's stuff about trans brains in here. We're 30 minutes in and there's been the odd good point. Little of much. This is obviously aimed at a very different audience to someone like me. So I don't know. We're doing our best here.
Doing the research and to having these answers is that we inevitably know more about ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah. And the people that seek to aid us have the resources to be able to do that properly.
Yeah. There's also like the validation aspect too, because we do have like a history that shows that trans people have been here since like time began, and then
100%,
right, and then you also have like lived experience of like trans people being like, I'm breathing in front of you and I'm trans, like I'm alive. Yeah. But
come on.
but apparently I always find it interesting that that's not convincing enough for some people. But you know, it just adds the extra validation of like, yeah, no, you are trans, and like here, like your body even is trans. Even some of the research, I was talking to a trans guy last night after reading some of this, and then like what you're going to touch on to, like the third brain. Yeah. I was messaging him being like, think about it. There's a potential that we were never 100% biologically female to begin with. We were always something different. And he's like, that feels fucking phenomenal. And I'm like, doesn't it?
Yeah.
To always be like validated in that sense.
Yeah. We don't need to prove that trans people exist, right? At the end of the day, it's like research is going to give us inference in just how to like properly develop what we know, how to care for people, what variation actually exists. Because as much as we can try and find certain answers, research isn't going to tell us what trans people deserve.
True.
Well, what's interesting is like during the 90s when scientists were trying to find the gay gene, it like at first the community was actually really excited about it because it seemed to validate that queerness was something like innate.
What counts as trans? I mean, to me, it's about living as the other sex
that you were born with. And it's like, it's not a choice. Like this is what they were looking for, I guess, until they sort of saw like how other people were trying to use it in like a eugenic-y kind of way of trying to like abort these babies and like get rid of them out of the population. So I think it really does depend on the way the research is.
You want me to watch someone covering the trough, someone I've talked about to death at this point, and I'm kind of over. I don't know, man. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm moving on. The whole point is that I don't obsess over someone like that for the rest of my fucking life. You know what I mean? And besides anything else, I don't know. I don't even want to get into it. I'm over all that shit, man. I'm over all that shit.
Is being used.
That whole thing served a particular purpose for me. I have another thing that I'm interested in regards to that Aiko person who I think is a fucking skinwalker and a coattail rider. But that's stuff that I'm working out behind the scenes because that is far more fucking unwatchable than what I'm doing right now. I want to get into the trans brain stuff and I want to write a thing about it because I think it's important and I hear this fucking talking point all the time. So that's what the focus is at the moment. That's what I'm going to be talking about. This purports to be about trans brains and somewhat. So we're going to have to be quite patient. We're going to have to listen to these like kind of annoying queers go on about God knows what and constantly giggle about fucking tangents. But there is hopefully going to be at least something in this runtime that is interesting to me. Let's find a new trough. I'm not a lolcow dude, man. I'm not a fucking lolcow dude. Sometimes a thing falls into my lap and I'll follow whatever thread, but I'm not actively looking for like new lolcows. This isn't Femios. This isn't fucking Femios, okay? Femios is desperate to find the next fucking lolcow because Femios needs to hide behind that. So people don't correctly realize that she is the fucking lolcow. That's not really my bag.
But the scary thing is anything can be cherry picked, and what the original research is used for sometimes can be like a jumping off point for another bad person to then do other research about it, you know? So it's like these things are concerning, but I don't know, like, should we delay research about ourselves and our bodies just out of fear? I don't know.
Well, like research about like a singular gay gene, that sort of like has died off now, but the more prevalent one is epigenetic markers, right?
But I mean, they're looking for it for trans people.
But like with regards to like that sort of thing, just tacking onto it. Epigenetics is basically the theory that if you have life experiences, they actually modify your genetic makeup and unlock certain genes and then seal up others. It's a real thing in a lot of different contexts, but it has been used to explain homosexuality and in some cases transgender people. So
is it real and proven?
Like the process of epigenetics is real,
right? But the way they're applying it is
still theoretical. There are a couple of studies that are trying to create more of a correlation.
Is it kind of this idea like if you were like as a child.
Yeah, that's where I was heading, where it's like
So,
people
like,
are sort of using this scientific method to be like, oh, so you did have an overbearing mother,
Right.
and
Very
she
Freud.
yeah and like you know, she was eating and drinking certain things in the womb, vaccines make your kid autistic, all that stuff. So
Once you're out of the womb, still like experiences can change your genetics.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Damn.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Let it also, because like, especially back when I was in school, I had to make sure.
I'm hoping these people are at least intelligent enough to understand that gender identity is not fixed and experiences very much do inform it and change it. I would hope that's the case.
I wasn't confusing epigenetics with eugenics. Like eugenics being like, well, let's modify these humans to fit our agenda. Epigenetics is basically your body is trying to adapt to the world as much as possible. So your genes are always changing. Yeah.
Is it kind of like how sometimes like you're allergic to something and then like you wait like a few decades and then you're not allergic anymore? Or...
Kind of.
Ish,
Like,
yeah.
let's say that you
Creating a correlation isn't science. Well, maybe. I mean, people have to hypothesize things, though. You kind of see something and like, okay, my hypothesis is that this does this, and then you kind of follow up on that, I guess.
had
Dumb it down.
Let's say that you had
Like you think a correlation is there, so you follow up on it, I guess.
two twins. Like two twin siblings. Twins that grow up in the same vicinity for all of their lives almost always end up staying identical. But then let's say that you take like one of the twins and then put them in a different family situation. Let's say that, you know, one is in a more affluent situation, the other one's more down and out.
Yes.
Those two kids are going to have different societal circumstances that lead to them looking completely different when they're adults.
Yes. Yeah. And even that, especially when you have affluence versus poverty, because later on we're going to be talking about brains. The brains of people who grew up in poverty is going to be different because they had to, the way that they had managed
Very true.
resources are completely different.
Right.
So their brains will actually look different.
Even down to the metabolism. They have the same
metabolism,
genetics, but like everything leading up to this point has changed their metabolism throughout their lives.
That is
Cool.
incredible.
Right?
Yeah. So no matter what, we like kind of always have different brains, just depending on so many different factors.
Oh my God, yeah. Like an example I also wanted to throw out there, especially with like the gauging, stereotyping and surveillance. And I bring this up because it's like, there's like looking for a gay gene, but then there's also technology used, an AI, to look at the photographs of over 30,000.
I wonder where this person will go with this, because they're using AI to identify people's sex based on like their brains and stuff now, which is weird in my opinion. And like they found shit. It was something I was looking at yesterday. There was a study that found that like a certain kind of AI imaging or whatever it is, whatever they use to like process the data to find new information, there was like a specific software or whatever it was that found a certain difference in the brain far more readily than like anything else, which is very strange. And you wonder how much it's like predictive and how much it's kind of, does it know what part of the brain is what, or is it kind of expecting certain things to be there and kind of trying to conform things to that? It's hard to explain what I mean. I'm interested in where they go with this. That's them identifying and acknowledging the difference between biological and environmental factors, which are not one and the same. Yeah, true. But like with brains specifically, they develop differently because of all sorts of different things. And all that is to go into, well, how can we say that like people have trans brains and find a few different bits of the brain that seem to confirm it in usually tiny sample sizes, when your brain changes because of so many different fucking things that it's like, well, that difference could be because these people are trans, or maybe they have certain common experiences, or maybe you just get a completely random different thing depending on the sample you're using.
White, gay, and like lesbian, straight folks.
And AI was like
just the whites
people.
Just the whites, which was kind of funny.
Safe.
I know, right? You're safe. You're good.
Well, it's actually easier for AI to identify white people anyway.
Yeah.
So that's why it's
They
like
made it racist.
Yeah, they made it that way.
So they use technology to identify homosexual people using deep neural networks, and they were able to distinguish between gay and straight people with 81% accuracy in men and 71% accuracy in women. And when you have just a regular person judge, they're able to do like 61%
Wait,
men.
they could guess if you were gay.
You know what it probably does? It just looks at men's eyebrows. Okay, that's a gay man. Almost always going to be correct.
Yes, using facial
Do they pluck or not?
features.
Whoa.
So
AI
this,
has like a crazy good gaydar.
right? And so
face.
this
A gay face.
right? So imagine this technology exists. These researchers are like, we were able to find this. So in a way, it's like validating in the sense of like you could just biologically just be gay, like this wasn't a choice.
Yeah.
But then something that the researchers made sure, it's like this technology will never see the light of day because we already know that this could be a huge issue when it comes to surveillance.
I see.
So I was thinking about if you had something similar with like trans people, where like would that
Rusty, what are the sample sizes like on those studies? You might just find another group of twins that don't follow that at all, you know?
also have to be the same thing where it's like, yeah, we have this research, but should we...
Maybe it's like possible that things like preferences and things you're drawn to might in some way be like genetic. And that could account for that. You're going to have similar tastes. You're going to enjoy similar kinds of food and like different names for your kids and stuff like that. But there's a lot of stuff that's going to change based on your experiences. You're just predisposed towards certain things. And obviously sets of twins are going to be predisposed towards similar things, you know. There's a rash growing on that dude's arm in real time. Wait. Hang on. 35, 34. Where is he? Jesus. How does that happen? Where's near the start? Is he like allergic to something? Okay, here we go. No, it was 35, 34. Yeah, looks like clear, looks fine. Jesus, unless it's like the lighting changing. Maybe it was already there. Like maybe the lighting is changing. There's like a window open or something. That could be it.
Trans people, where like would that also have to be the same thing where it's like, yeah, we
I'm worried he's like allergic to something. I don't know.
Have this research, but should we actually
publish it? Should it be published?
Should some parts of it be available, and should we just like kind of keep it to ourselves?
Well, the interesting thing I notice is like there's been so many studies observing the brains of trans people.
Oh, there's not a curtain. Is there a window open behind them? The curtain? That's slightly open. Maybe there's more light coming in at certain times. You're seeing more or less of it some of the time. I don't know. Very strange though.
There's been so many studies observing the brains of trans people, and there's very clear observations, but no one is making or publishing conclusions about what it means, you know? And I think that might be on purpose.
It's also hard. Because it's so complex.
Like, what does that mean?
Yeah. Because when you make a conclusion, you're like, I'm putting my name on the line also as a researcher, and then making this definitive. If I'm wrong, I'm dumb.
Also, like even
I'm that researcher that was wrong.
Even in like researching trans brains, right? Like, none of it is definitive because no two brains are the same.
That part,
right? So it's like you can find patterns. That's what I mean. We're going back to like correlation versus causation. You can find a pattern. You can find certain markers that are common, but you can't generalize and turn the trans brain into some kind of like singular thing. Like it's not a monolith, right? I guess if we're putting it in those terms.
On this topic, Professor Vincent Harley, who studies this exact question of what makes people trans, argues that it is positive, the research, but with caution. So what he said is, while it should not hinge on science to validate people's individuality and lived experience, these findings may help reduce discrimination, lend evidence towards improving diagnosis or treatment, promote greater awareness and acceptance, and reduce the distress experienced by transgender people in our communities.
Yeah, I can't remember what they said the trans woman was. They work in some kind of field. In general, she seems to know her stuff decently well. Yeah, I mean, just because I'm watching a bunch of queers and shit, I'm not going to sit here and be like, everything they're saying is like complete bollocks. I don't think that's true at all.
And
if used positively.
Yeah, and like sure, those are potential upsides, but I think we should also like take that with a grain of salt when the person who's making their whole living off of research in a certain topic is saying something is positive. It's like a bit like Richard Sackler and the Purdue Pharma insisting that OxyContin was safe and low risk for addiction. And like technically that was framed as like science-backed opinions, you know? But there was also money behind it.
That's another thing. It's like science can be right till it's wrong.
You know, Purdue is actually still in business.
Really?
I have a friend that works at Purdue. It's so crazy. Anyway.
Friend, are you still friends with them?
They're not in prison.
Listen, baby. Nobody in big pharma is innocent.
This is true.
This is true. I have
myself included.
I've done fucked up things.
I mean, I work mostly in vaccines, but
oh, so you're causing the autism?
Yeah. Yeah, mothertism right here.
Mothertism, you sprinkling the autism.
Yeah.
Let's jump into the science.
Science.
Okay, so at the turn of the 20th century, German sexologists first tried to explain transness, arguing it was innate, not a moral or psychological failure. Magnus Hirschfeld saw it as something you're born with, while Karl Ulrich called it a female psyche in a male body.
160 years later, have we actually proven any of this?
The short answer is no. Scientists have found no single trans gene or definitive predictive model. However,
I'll be honest, I don't think we're ever going to prove it's innate. I don't necessarily think it is innate. I think people, you might find that there are predispositions towards transitioning or gender nonconformity, but that's really about it, I think. I think what would be more interesting is if society heads in a way where gender is much less like pervasive and what kind of effect that has on it, because I think the social kind of elements are much more important in general. You're always going to get people that have absolutely none of the predispositions that we might find, that still want to transition anyway and, you know, can be trans anyway. So to like essentialize it to anything innate, I think is a fool's errand.
They have found a whole lot of correlations. One of the leading theories of the biological...
Oh yeah, the fringe here is a bit horrible. I mean, they're perfectly fine looking. I also, most of these people's dress sense is a bit horrific, but...
cause of transness has been developing for new...
There's like Princess Leia bra thing going on is, it's a choice. It's a choice. It's giving... It's not as bad. It's not as bad as that thing that Alexis Blake wears sometimes. She wears that like leather tube top that looks like it's got like the trouser hoops at the top. So it looks like she's wearing like the highest fucking water pair of trousers fucking ever. But it's not great. It's not great. I don't get it. I guess this person dresses fine. I think the trans lady on the other side is dressed perfectly fine. But hey, listen, People can say what they want about my dress sense. I'm wearing the most fucking boring ass fucking clothes ever, so.
Nearly 2 decades. Early work began around 2005. Then Rosa Fernandez published key findings in a 2014 study focused on trans men. Then in 2018, Professor Vincent Harley and his team expanded on the research studying trans women. So what they found is polymorphism of the androgen receptor and estrogen receptors have been associated with transness when looking at groups who have expressed feelings of gender dysphoria from childhood onward.
What's androgen?
So let me
it's male sex hormones.
It's kind of like one of the testosterone.
Yeah, or like masculizing.
I see.
Yeah.
Androgen receptors and estrogen receptor polymorphism has been associated with transgender women and estrogen receptor polymorphism to trans men. If this sounds confusing to you, let me break this down.
Yeah.
You ready?
No, that's me. Yeah.
Okay. Receptor polymorphism is like a tiny genetic variation in parts of your body that respond to a specific sex hormone. The receptor is the lock, and your sex hormone is like a key. That's the one way you could think of it. And polymorphism just means that there is a small variation in the lock, aka the receptor.
Oh. So the key don't fit?
it doesn't fit quite right. So the variation means the sex hormone could be sending a less intense or altered signal to your brain, and thus your brain would develop differently.
Or sometimes the receptor does something differently with the signal altogether.
Yeah.
Interesting. For someone without this variation, the sex hormone would be able to send a clear signal to your brain, which would result in your brain developing along expected pathways for the male or female brain.
Yeah, I guess I can buy stuff like this. It's not really more what I'm focusing on. But then it becomes, well, something like this, a person's more likely to be more androgynous, you know, might not fit in as well with other people of their sex. All that kind of thing leads to the kind of social conditions where they might decide that they're trans because they don't fit in quite right, because they feel somewhere in between already, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to explain, I guess.
That makes sense?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then...
Oh, Alexis Blake doesn't actually wear, like, high trousers. She just wears this, like, hideous brown leather tube top that has, like, the trouser holes around the top, and it looks fucking horrendous. I was comparing this to that, but I think this isn't quite as bad as that is. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone wearing anything quite as hideous as that.
Is this a problem? This whole like idea of like, oh, like there
having a variation like that?
Yeah, of like, oh, like the...
It's always going to be this way as well. They're going to find some things that are more prevalent, but you're never going to define it based on that because it's never 100%. It's probably never even that close to 100%. It's just more than average. Here's some things that you might end up being trans if you have, but then, I don't know. You might end up being trans for so many different reasons that I almost wonder what the worth in a lot of this is, you know?
What is it? The receiver? The receiver is not receiving?
Yeah. Or
like could that cause scientists to be like, oh, let's just make it receive?
Oh, so like we're fixing that. Not fixing the trans, but we're fixing so that your body can actually like...
Which would, in theory, fix the trans.
If that was the cause.
If it is
that was the cause. Because the thing is, we do have like genetic modification technology that's going to be coming in the next couple of years. Like there's this thing called CRISPR. There's a whole...
What's that?
It's like...
Chips. I'm just... sorry.
A whole new way to toast.
something palindromic repeats. So basically it's like something that splices your genes and then allows you to be able to reinsert them based on the way that cells both replicate your genes, but also how they repair your genes. Essentially, the way it would work for some people is like you take a certain kind of CRISPR, and there are many different kinds that work for different purposes, research, working in people, for working in animals.
What kinds of things are they trying to like change?
There's a couple of different like disabilities and autoimmune disorders that are caused by certain gene selections. And so you can actually like selectively insert or delete genes entirely.
Whoa.
That could be huge.
That could be...
Oh, it is huge.
Like you're living with like a chronic illness, and then
incredible.
All of a sudden you can say, for example, it's autoimmune, and then like maybe you don't have... Actually, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No,
but you're saying like it could be possible. Like if they found this, they could potentially change your genes.
That being said,
it sounds also dangerous.
There you go. CRISPR itself actually does have a really, really big ethical dilemma, because then you get into the eugenics thing. Right? Because one principle in bioengineering is bioethics. So like as a bioengineer, you essentially take an oath to not produce, or to at least safeguard things that could eventually become biological weapons, could affect the trajectory of human or non-human living systems permanently or temporarily. Like you just don't want to create a butterfly effect in any regard or cause harm to anybody because obvious reasons, right? But like,
it's like when you get a black belt and you have to promise and register your hands as dangerous weapon.
Basically, like
your brain is too powerful.
Especially like
you have to pinky promise you won't do anything crazy.
Like I mean, some may argue
enough. That'll do it.
Some may argue that what I've done to myself is crazy, but like all engineers actually do have to take like certain ethical oaths in order to, like, the whole purpose of like the Iron Ring, especially in Canada, is because there was a bridge that collapsed, and so engineers vowed to never let that happen again because they want to be practicing their craft well. So like the bioengineer version of that is that we can't, you know, irreversibly or, you know, significantly change any biological systems to create anything that creates harm. So that's where CRISPR comes in, because it's like you could end up doing a whole eugenic thing with CRISPR if you really felt like it.
Yeah.
Could erase transness, perhaps? Like if you give people the option to like treat or not to cure gender dysphoria rather than treat gender dysphoria, like could that in theory erase transness?
Well, that would be...
Nah, I don't see this happening. Like what gene would gender dysphoria even map onto? I don't know, man.
Contingent on if we actually find a gene for it, right?
Of course.
But like, even if we're looking at like polymorphisms and stuff, like hormones affect your body globally. Like they affect your whole body. They don't actually. It's like taking a sledgehammer and just hitting your brain with it, and everything else comes through. It's like you take the hormone, and then your body just decides what to do with it. Right. So it's like you can't. It's something that we get told when we're like starting to medically transition. Like you can't just select what you want from a menu.
Right. You can't predict how your body's going to read this hormone.
Exactly.
Right.
You know, if all the women in my family have F-cup tits, maybe I'm naturally predisposed to like having a larger chest, but that's not the same for every girl.
Right.
Yeah. Like I had about, I think, a quarter of a chance of losing my hair and becoming bald, but I didn't. Instead, I sweat profusely.
You do be sweating on the dance floor.
Maybe that's it. Maybe the sweat is kind of affecting his skin a little bit. I don't know.
And that's testosterone.
And that's why you bring several different changes of clothes.
Yes, I do. And a towel.
Everywhere.
And a towel.
No matter what, even if it does.
That doesn't sound great, does it? It's not a shining endorsement. Hey, autistic women everywhere, take a bunch of testosterone and sweat through every pair of clothes you have in an hour each. Guaranteed.
It's come down to the polymorphism. It's not like, you know, you have the answer right away, because
you'd rather not be trans. I mean, clearly that's not true, as you're still choosing to live your life a certain way. So clearly you would still rather be trans. You'd rather not feel like you had to be trans or whatever.
Whatever those polymorphisms actually do affect in your body are caused by the genes that are already there. So then you'd have to go into somebody's you'd have to sequence their entire genome, be able to identify every single gene and what it does, and then say, what's the most likely cocktail of genes that led to their brain developing this way?
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But
you're still guessing though.
Yeah.
Are those genes receptive to sex hormones?
When you're a trans woman taking estrogen and progesterone, are you having like a regular levels of this, or do they fluctuate like a menstrual cycle would?
So your body will cycle your hormones naturally. It depends on how receptive you are to them. If you're drinking them up, baby, they will eat you. But the estrogen that you're given, especially if you're injecting, is so similar that it has the same half-life. It stays in your system the same amount of time that natural estrogen does.
Right.
So like if you're on estradiol and anthate, the half-life of that is, I think, like 14, 16 days. Right. And a half-life is the amount of time it takes for half of the medication to leave your system. That's the same as regular estrogen.
Yeah. Does it make a difference, though, not having, like, reproductive organs, for example, for these hormones to interact with? Like, does that change the way that they circulate throughout your body, or does it not matter for other functions?
It still interacts with your sex organs.
Yeah.
Like for trans men, testosterone will increase bottom growth. You know, you'll get an enlarged clitoris.
Yeah.
It'll increase vaginal dryness. You know.
Do you know what else as well? We're finding out there's one study that came out about trans men who's been on T for about a year or longer. Yeah. They found amongst like the tissue of the vaginal wall started growing prostate tissue. Right? Yeah. Which is crazy. Not in all trans men, but the fact that it's there.
Yeah, very cool.
Is very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like cis men have mammary glands as well. Yeah. So it's like you get those stimulated by estrogen. If you're blocking testosterone, it's all made in your balls, right? So then those end up atrophying. your unit gets smaller.
Right.
If you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's like, and that's another thing. If you don't use it, you lose it is really important, especially for T girls, because if you do want to get bottom surgery,
right,
your depth is
dilate.
Like your depth is actually decided by your length already.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. And it's like, just add a layer of like the body is a lot more complex than we can think of.
For
like,
sure.
Even like with testosterone, over time, it does convert to estrogen.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have too much of it in your body, it can convert to estrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
true.
The girls that are, that's why like all the girls get warned about over moaning.
Yeah.
Because if you think that you're going to get, like if you think the moans are going to eat you up because you're injecting a whole syringe and your body's not ready for it.
Yeah.
Like you're going to end up dosing yourself with more testosterone.
Right.
Like imagine you got all your laser and you just want to take it up a notch because you want some bigger boobies. You're going to grow a beard again, babe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, the body is very complex.
Wow.
Yeah. Which is why you can't necessarily take out one thing with a hormone or like a gene without affecting other systems.
100%.
Yeah. Even like the receptor on the cell. Yeah, that's like how you can kind of like send the signal to the cells, that receptor, but the hormones can also access the cell through other ways too. And that's a whole other conversation that's like above my pay grade. But it's like, it's complex, right?
Yeah. And it could be multiple things interacting all at the same time that are causing a phenomenon to happen. And it could be so many different things for different people as well.
Well, like if we look at the way that hormones are actually chemically structured, because hormones are made out of steroids.
Yes.
Well, hormones are steroids. That's not correct terminology. They're made out of cholesterol, which is fatty. All of your cells have their like barrier, you know, their membrane. It's made out of fats. So fats can enter fats, and it doesn't do, like there's nothing to break it. Let's say let's say that something was polar, is the way that we call it, like water. You know what I mean? Water can't easily enter your cells through the membrane because it has to have channels that do that because it's hydrophobic. You know what I mean? It's like oil and water essentially.
Right. Got it.
So hormones are oils.
Right.
Hormones are all oils. Like your testosterone, estrogen, it's all oil. So the way that it enters the cell, it's like that.
Just goes right in.
Hormones can even, because when it comes to like the nucleus, which is kind of the brain of your cell, that has an even more complex defense mechanism or barrier mechanism. So like even things that are in the cell already, they can't necessarily go into the nucleus, but hormones can just go right in. And then that's how they activate your genes.
Yeah. They're like, I'm important, I'm needed, excuse.
Yeah.
They get the VIP access.
They do.
Yeah. Because all membranes in your body are lipid.
Yeah.
What's lipid?
Lipid is fat.
Yeah.
So the next theory says that this all starts before you're even born in the womb, because exposure or a lack of exposure
this is see a lot. This is interesting.
to testosterone.
But I'm very unconvinced by all of this though.
The evidence, it's kind of shaky, I would say.
True. There we go. Good start. There we go.
So a 2020 review by Jiska Risorti and colleagues points to animal studies where female rodents in utero were exposed to testosterone. So like a female fetus exposed to like excess testosterone while in utero during a critical stage of brain development, which is the last stage, showed noticeable shifts after being born towards masculinized behavior. So they started acting more like the boy rats.
Trans rat.
Yeah, butch rat. So scientists tried to see if something similar happens in humans, and they looked at people with CAH, which is like a type of intersex. People who have XX chromosomes, which is typically the female chromosomes, but are exposed to higher levels of testosterone before birth, basically kind of a natural example of this happening. So a 20...
Did you know that the word chromosome has 0 N's in it, yet everyone says it with an N? Drives me insane, anyway.
2021 review by Adrian Belt and colleagues found that, yes, these individuals are more likely to show male typical patterns in things like play.
I mean, this makes a lot of sense. It should be fairly obvious, I guess. And then the thing is, I'm pretty sure I read that, like, these girls with CAH are more likely to be trans. But then you're already masculinized. That's gonna lead you a certain way. That means you're gonna fit more in with boys. That means you're more likely to think, oh, I should have been born a boy or something, which isn't really a thing. But you can see why it would like lead someone. So in that case, it's like, well, it's not that you're born trans, is that, you know, if you're androgynous in some way, that kind of makes you more likely to think you might be the other sex or something like that, or identify as, or have strong preferences in that way to where transitioning might benefit you. You might be happy or whatever.
Interests and even spatial skills, but there was a twist. Because like male typical interest doesn't equal gender identity, right? So the same research found only a small effect on gender identity itself, which means that most people who have CAH are raised as girls and remain identifying as women.
Maybe they were like tomboys, but they're like, yeah, girls still.
Exactly. Exactly. So even
and this is excluding non-binary people?
Well, they showed transness as well, and it was a higher percentage than the general population like would transition, but it was still really low, like nothing significant.
Yeah, it was higher. But then people that transition are a distinct minority in the first place. So to say more people with this transition than usually, you're talking about like 1% versus 3% or something like that.
Maybe like the same amount of chance as like just randomized, like how many of these kids are going to be born trans. Like probably low, maybe.
Yeah, and I think also just intersex kids in general have higher rates.
Yeah, and it's just other things that precipitate it potentially.
Being trans as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. Is that true? I'm not sure about that. I've read otherwise, but okay.
And I know one, and this is kind of going back to like the cell receptors and whatnot. So this transmask NB has something called androgen sensitivity syndrome. So androgen.
Well, in this day and age, if you're butch or masculine or tomboyish, you probably are more likely to interpret that as a sign that you're trans or something.
Being like the more masculizing hormone like testosterone. Insensitivity, so the cell receptors don't really react, or they don't get that signal from testosterone. They don't do anything.
So unfortunate as a trans man.
Right? And so there's different types. There's partial. So it's like the signal is not as loud. And then there's complete, which unfortunately this guy had. And he had like, different changes in his body that would like be a symptom of it, but it wasn't until I think he went on testosterone for about a year, no changes happened whatsoever. Yeah, but he's still trans.
But like the body won't, it just won't change because it can't receive the hormones.
The cells can't do the thing because it's basically like not hearing the testosterone at all, which is like God bless. God, like when I was in the call with him with like 100 other trans masks, we all just kind of the muted gasp. Like but he's still kicking, he's still coming around, but it's kind of like the whole idea of like, trans people might have this deviation in their genes to like this receptor with estrogen. I'm like, he's trans, and it's literally like this is the change in the receptor for testosterone.
So it's kind of going back to like the previous theory of like, oh well, maybe like your brain just isn't like receiving certain hormones in a specific way. But it's like for this person, it's like I'm literally trying and it's still not working.
It's like I'm drinking that testosterone with a straw. Don't do that. Like it's not getting in.
I mean, this could be comforting if anyone's listening to this and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared of this happening, of people being able to find a trans gene and the eugenics of it all. It's like, seems really complicated.
It is.
Doesn't seem likely.
Doesn't seem likely. Doesn't seem likely.
Finding a cause for any scientific phenomenon is next to impossible.
Well, they've been trying to study the gay gene much longer, and they have not found anything from that either.
It's like, do you experience pain? It's like, well, I got good news for you. We don't know really why. We don't know the gene for feeling the pain. So if
you can certainly intuit why people feel pain. Like the pain thing is probably necessary to know that you're doing something you shouldn't be doing. Like if you don't feel pain and you put your hand in a fire, there's a reason why it might be a good idea to evolve some kind of mechanism by which you put your hand in the fire and it's like, oh shit. Otherwise you leave it in there and it's far worse. I don't know. But when it comes to like, oh, what's the gene for feeling pain? I do get what they're saying. I don't know. A lot of this is quite confirming of what I think about all this, to be honest. I'm not gonna completely shit on this. Especially this one here. Some of what they're saying is quite interesting and they're quite knowledgeable for sure. And when I hear other people from the other side of the aisle who think very different things to what I do, kind of saying a lot of stuff that really confirms a lot of the stuff that I've read already and kind of understand to be true, it does, if nothing else, prove that I'm not insane, I guess. And that's something. I do get treated like I'm completely insane all the time. So it gets a bit kind of, you know. So, you know, I'm not sitting here shitting all over this. I hope this is clear. I don't particularly like this podcast, like, at all. And it's a bit insufferable and it's taking fucking ages. But there's some interesting stuff in here.
You feel the boy or you feel the girl, you feel neither and all the above. Yeah. I got news for you. Wow.
With that said, if I'm learning anything, it's that when I make my video, it's not going to be this long and there's not going to be constant tangents. So I can giggle about this, that, and the other, because it really is a bit hard to sit through.
It is very encrypted.
God bless.
Like I said, the amount of causative relationships that we have in science is like so small and concrete at this point, where it's like if you look into actual biology and like biochemistry, we know
I'd be looking,
you know,
all the time.
We can tell
if you like if you like study biology and biochemistry, like we know what genes make certain proteins, we know what genes make certain receptors, we know what genes do what, we know what makes the different organelles in your cells, right? But that information has been static since like, I don't know, 50, 60 years. So the amount of like causations that we're finding that are new,
very low,
biologically, very low.
I have a question for y'all.
What is it?
What is it?
What is it?
How much do we think like a correlation even really tells us? Like, do we think it's possible for scientists to find like the biological cause of transness?
You can find things that are statistically significant.
Yeah.
There's such a thing as a highly significant correlation. You know what I mean? But those can be just as easily disproven as they were proven. If you look at things like food science, right? That changes every day.
So true.
You know, for the past, I don't know, year and a half, it's been all about high protein meals.
Oh yeah.
Back in
gotta
the
have
early,
that protein.
You know, back
protein latte.
Boots. And like back in the
Protein boots.
boots. And like before in the early 2000s, the girls were like allergic to carbs. You know what I mean? And that was supported by science. You know, dairy for some reason, even though it's like not actually a part of the human diet for real, is on the
that's
food
on the
pyramid.
milk industry.
That's on major.
That's on big milk.
That's on big milk.
Yeah, and also that speaks to how much science is actually influenced by
money,
everything else. You know, like legislation, by corporations, by money. Yeah, basically.
And for like the non-science listeners at home, it's not like there's a whole plethora of scientists out there that are like money hungry. Sometimes it's just like there's only certain companies that want to fund certain research, and that in of itself is a bias. Like funding more of men's health versus women's health, right? And then you see like the huge discrepancies in like the different findings simply because of like who's willing to fund.
I'm gonna bring a little sociology, a little sociology into this. Perhaps researchers are struggling to find a cause for transness because gender isn't just biological. As Judith Butler explains in their new book, Who's Afraid of Gender, we often look at gender as though it's an internal truth.
Mixed Butler.
Mixed Butler.
I actually misgendered them right now.
Whoops. They them.
I actually want to fucking die. Jesus Christ, man.
My bad.
I'm going to be honest. I know a little bit about Judith Butler. It feels very obvious, a lot of what they're saying, or she's saying. Fuck it, I don't care. Everything I'm seeing so far, it's an awful lot of waffle to say some pretty basic things that in general I do agree with. But I don't know, man. I listen to people try and explain it, and it takes fucking 10 years. And most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And the kind of conclusions we arrive to, it's like, well, yeah, I agree, you know, like, societal expectations of men and women are largely a bad thing, and people should be able to do what they want to do. And in the vast majority of cases, have the ability to do, regardless of their sex and stuff like that. You know, gender is largely a sociological thing, I would agree. And there's probably, like, biological kind of, you know, predispositions to engaging in one thing or another. But I don't know, I think it's all very overrated and very unnecessary to someone like me who's been trans for a really long time. I'm listening to people like explain concepts and stuff, and it's like, well, I kind of know this just by living, you know. I get that you're at a disadvantage trying to understand trans people and how that relates to like the overall concept of gender if you're not trans. But like, I don't know. I'm still getting my thoughts together. I'm trying to learn stuff, but it's like kind of painful a lot of the time. And most of what I'm learning is like, you know, when you always get these jokes about like, oh, I've got a degree, what's your degree? Oh, gender studies. Okay, that's not even a real degree, you know, it being a joke subject or something. I'm not yet convinced that it's not actually just kind of a joke subject, to be honest.
Butler.
Yeah.
Master Butler.
God, just get to the point. Just get to the point.
We often, according to Judith Butler, we often look at gender as though it's an internal truth. This is on the bioessentialism. But Butler argues that rather than it being something we are, it's something that is done to us. It's something.
What does that even mean? It's just something that is around. It's just like an effect of like culture and us being extremely social beings with a very elaborate way of like describing and, you know, whatever, informing that society. It's hard to say what I mean. This is why it's just like
that rather than it be.
I'm supposed to think this kind of shit is deep and I just don't. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to fucking say. Maybe I should read something and make that into a video. I'm very reluctant to, because I don't know what I would get out of it, other than potentially a bunch of people being interested in what a fucking so-called true scum thinks of Judith Butler. But yeah, I don't know, man. A lot of this just seems very obvious to me. It's something that's done to us. It's something that exists around us and we get subjected to, sure, I guess. The sky is also blue, did you know?
Being something we are, it's something that is done to us. It's something that is continually produced through social life. It's how we're spoken to, treated, what's expected of us. Gender is forced upon us, and then we also participate in repeating those norms.
True.
And I mean, I feel like this is also.
Oh my god, fucking hell, dude. Stop. Not funny, it's fucking weird.
This is also
I'm reaching my limit, to be honest. I'm gonna have to start skipping through soon because it's just like painful. Ugh.
Little bit of the issue though of like these different fields not communicating with each other, you know, these different like disciplines of study, because I think what causes transness is a mix. Like we can see, and I'm about to get into like the trans brain, but we can see that there is something going on, you know, there is like a biological basis for this, but there also is huge social impacts as well. And these fields need to talk about it.
Gender is a social organization. As much as marriage is an institution that's created for social benefit, gender is also the same thing. So it's like when we get into why we create gender as an organization like that and why we force it onto people, it's because tradition carries forward no matter what you do. You know, we all like to have a certain layer of normalcy. And I say layer.
Yeah, the whole forced on us. I don't see the point in that language, I guess. The whole... I don't know. I guess maybe you can, to an extent, express it in a way that it's a thing that people can be, like, victims of. But that depends on how it manifests.
Because it's
taking way too much time to call out the imposition of cultural sex stereotypes. That's the thing. I listened to, like, what was it? President Sunday in fucking ICO. Where it was basically just him lecturing her the entire time. And it's like, a lot of the stuff, he gets to these kind of conclusions where it's like, yeah, I agree with that. I don't know why we need to take the absolute longest possible fucking route via a bunch of stuff that probably takes studying a whole bunch of other shit to half understand. And which then becomes well, how do you explain this to these people? Because, like, I think a lot of people just aren't gonna. It needs kind of distilling in a way that is easier to understand for people. It just seems like we're arriving at a very obvious thing, which is there's a lot of expectations on men and women that don't really need to be there. There are certain things that are like kind of determined by the fact that you're one sex or the other, such as will you get pregnant or not, or might you get pregnant or not, or whatever. And it's fair enough, you're going to have those expectations of men and women. Like, a lot of that stuff I agree. Like, I don't think full-on gender abolition would ever happen, because as much as we're social creatures, we're also kind of social within the sexes. And there's always going to be this kind of slight subculture with women and with men, and that's just always going to be a thing. And some people are going to cross that, and that's fine, that shouldn't be a problem. But in general, like, sure, yeah, we should reduce, like, where there are effects of gender that are harmful, then sure, we should get rid of that kind of thing, for sure. I don't know why I need to read a Judith Butler book to understand that, I guess. And I still want to learn more. I'm not saying that therefore that's the end of the conversation, that's all I think. But my current understanding of it is that it's kind of obvious shit that I could have got to a place of. I already was in a place of, like, before I transitioned, where I felt like, you know, I'm male, I'm expected certain things of me that I don't like, that don't make any sense to me, you know. You know, when you're a little bit autistic, you tend to be, you're more prone to, like, resenting unwritten rules that don't really make much sense, you know what I mean? And so I already understood this when I was, like, much younger. And I'm like, well, I don't like the social implications of being male. That I have to look a certain way, that I'm expected to have, like, a certain personality and stuff like that. I found that extremely difficult to deal with. Like, I feel like I don't know. It just all seems very obvious, I guess. And I'll learn more. Maybe I'll change my mind. Maybe one day I will be the biggest fucking fan that Judith Butler has ever had. But everything that I see so far is, like, too many words, more than anything. It's too many words. Like, fucking distill it down. If you can't explain it to Alec Gunter in a way that makes sense, and you can't explain it to Aiko in a way that makes sense, because she's clearly just fucking nodding along and doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about, and is, like, stoned out of her mind. It needs a lot more workshopping, because these are not new ideas, you know what I mean? This has been around a long time. If we're still having this trouble convincing people of fairly average, if not below average, intellect of this kind of thing, then it needs work, you know what I mean? But then most of it is just obvious. Yes, we probably shouldn't expect that women should always wear dresses. Yes, we probably shouldn't single out all the people with penises and say, okay, you're going to war and you're going to die for something you possibly don't believe in. Yeah, that shit's bad, sure. Do I need to read a book to understand that? I don't know, man.
It's not always a level. It's kind of just, like, imposed upon, like, we were.
Did I see that the core of the earth might involve a new state of matter? No, that sounds interesting. That sounds like the kind of thing I'd listen to when I'm trying to sleep.
Talking about, Butler kind of talks about, like, the performance of gender, and it's like, when you are exposed to...
Also, the term performance of gender is so misleading, because a performance, you think it means something like intentional when it's just a thing that people are doing over and over. Well, I guess, again, it's one way of putting it, sure. It feels a bit like trying to break down exactly what shade of blue the sky is. Like, it's still fucking blue, ultimately.
To visual representations of things all the time. You know how the people around you act. You feel like you're almost obligated to do that as well. Mm-hmm. And then to a certain extent, it's like there's a psychological variation where you're like, that don't make no sense. Mm-hmm. Huh?
The performance can feel perhaps right to you, like you don't even question it until you see someone who is living outside of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, and then it opens something in your mind.
Exactly.
And you're like, oh my God, what am I doing? Yeah. You need a little, like, disruption moment.
This is a rule that was created for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess almost going back to, like, the social contagion, and, like, almost like with not just trans people, but, like, queer people, like, following the scripts.
Yeah.
Forrest Valkai referred to intersex people as a third sex. Yeah, that's pretty dumb. I don't think it's a third sex. I think there are certain kinds of intersex that suggest that the binary is not perfect. But then what that means is, well, it's not that sex is or isn't a binary. Is that the binary is this amount accurate, you know? That's kind of how I conceive of it. It's like binary with an asterisk, you know what I mean?
Of, like, this is how you're supposed to act, and then, like, we don't really fit that script.
Polycules and piercings.
Polycules and piercings.
I didn't know this is new.
Wait a minute.
That's the thing as well, by the way. How much are trans people expected to conform to certain stereotypes just because they're trans? If we can correctly identify, like, this is another thing that I really, because I swapped one set of annoying as fuck stereotypes and expectations that I didn't want for another, being trans, and like attempting to talk to other trans people on the internet. Like, you're expected to be a certain way as a man, and you're not really into that, so you don't really relate to other men. You transition, and then every trans person you come across is some form of, like, kinkster fucking anarcho-communist, polycule-dwelling, fucking whatever shit. Gender radical. It's like, isn't that kind of in a way the same thing? Don't we kind of expect the same things of trans people and shame people that aren't really into all that? You know, you get into a trans space that's not overtly political, and you have a bit of a different opinions on, say, like, landlords or something like that, and you get chewed the fuck out. Isn't that kind of the same mechanism happening? You know, I wonder about that kind of thing. That is the kind of thing that needs a lot more workshopping before I'm really, like, talking about it that much. But I don't know. I think we reject kind of gender, which to a certain extent is a good thing, and then we just kind of replace it with other shit that is no better a lot of the time, and it just leads to other people being subjugated. You have these, like, you have the minority of men within men that don't fit in and don't conform to the gender stereotypes. And then you have the minority of trans within trans that don't fit in with a lot of their kind of expectations. And it's just an ongoing problem, I think.
No, because, like, the new...
Like, trans people are expected to have certain beliefs about transition, or they'll be treated as, like, a bad person. I think we need to take some of the lessons we're claiming that we're learning from how oppressive gender can be, and kind of examine the way we do our own shit. And there seems to be this, like, you know, one of the big things is, like, gatekeeping. Like, we're anti-gatekeeping. We're anti any form of gatekeeping. We can say someone is or isn't trans, which makes no sense to me. There has to be some level of gatekeeping or it means nothing. You know, if you don't gatekeep what a word doesn't mean, then the word just means everything. And if a word means everything, it means nothing, you know? And at the same time, we just gatekeep in different ways instead. Now, belief in any gatekeeping gets gatekept. So it's like the snake eating its tail kind of shit. And we think we're, like, very woke and very progressive in how we think about gender. But we're actually taking the same problems being identified to an extent by people like Judith Butler. I think we're just repeating them in other aspects. And often slapping, like, social justice on it as a reason to do that. When often actually you're just actually hurting trans people. You're doing the opposite of social justice, and you're kind of entrenching fucking, you know, echo chambers and shit like that. And if there's one thing I feel like I need to avoid, it's an echo chamber, even if it means that not many trans people want to fuck with me. I'm okay with that. Because the one that do are cool, and generally the people I get on with best that I meet are other trans people. They're just not the kind that you expect, because we put expectations on trans people just like we do everyone else, you know?
The new, like, queer dating framework is polyamory, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, okay, so now you're queer, so you're expected to be, like, polyamorous and stuff. So you're just trading one form of gender for another in a way. I don't really understand that.
And here's the
Insert field ad. If you're watching this episode and you're thinking open relationships do sound like the thing for me, but I just don't know where to start.
Way yourself that is, like, on field.
Into the kind of field member expectation.
In this episode.
Born monogamous, some of them are just born polyamorous. Or if it's, like, similar to, like, queer people, where it's like some of them are just born monogamous, some of them.
The idea of born polyamorous, by the way, there's no way there isn't, like, a kind of trend around this kind of shit. I'm sorry. It's like they want to do everything different. So, like, the monogamy shit seems like fucking Judeo-Christian and, like, fucking 1950s shit, whatever. We have to be different as much as we can. I don't know, man. Maybe it works for some people. It kind of seems like a lot of this polyamory shit doesn't work for a lot of people, but hey.
of them are just born polyamorous. I will say though, it's been a while, but we did have someone find a gene for monogamy in some rodents. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So when they did knock out that gene, they were no longer monogamous.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember this rodent species. They're very cute. Yeah. They if they like another rodent, they huddle. Oh. So they measure huddling time. so for listeners out.
Yeah. Why would you want to get rid of that? That sounds good. I don't know. I think monogamy is better, but hey.
Up there and you find that and you find the huddling time, that's one of my favorite parts.
And the issue specifically also with studying gender identity in humans is like we're the only species that has gender identity. So
well, more than that, we don't even know what the fuck gender identity is. We don't have anything to show that it's not just an internalization of like cultural social shit. Because again, if we're starting to treat it like a biological thing, now we are the ones ignoring all the Judith Butlers and that kind of thing. And in that sense, I do actually see worth. That's what I mean. Like, I do actually see some worth in some of the Judith Butler kind of shit. That's like the frustration, you know what I mean? Like, you have to deal with people taking a million years to say the most basic shit. But at the same time, at least they're fucking saying it, you know? So I don't know. I'm trapped in this kind of endless loop of frustration where everyone is just annoying for a different reason. And if we found some kind of sweet spot between all of that shit, then maybe stuff would make a bit more sense. But hey. But I don't know, gender identity to me, I don't think it's innate. I think it's certain predispositions. But it's about like preferences, isn't it? It's about like internalizing social shit. It's not, I'm actually a man on the inside. Well, how can you be that? Especially when it always conforms to like stereotypes pretty much. Like, is my gender identity innately female because I'm drawn towards like feminine aesthetics and stuff like that, and that's what I want for myself? Like, that's, you know, if we swap the sexes and it was men that went around looking kind of like this, I guess, and women that went around looking like men, then I'd be like cis, I think. Because it's not like my gender identity being something. It's, this is what men are supposed to be, and I don't like that. If men were supposed to be something that I'm more, you know, into, then I'd just be a man, wouldn't I? I don't know. More stuff that I need to workshop. I'm spitballing an awful lot of stuff, so I'm not making much sense, and I do apologize, but I don't know. This is quite slow, so it's getting me tangenting.
So you can't really, like, you can see like masculinized behavior.
I don't know about that. It's just like, it's
no,
more
because
so
it's
like
different than sex. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of the surveys I was saying, like, what species do you think has a gender identity?
Well, like, then it's, we can't communicate this to other species.
We can't tell. You know what I mean? Like, how?
I don't think any other species have a gender identity. I don't think any other species have that kind of higher level of whatever. I don't think it manifests in anything. What, you had a lion that was female but had more testosterone, so they grew a mane. Well, it's pretty obvious why that happened. You get certain animals that change sex. Well, that's a reproductive strategy, you know?
Yeah, it's like a...
Gender's a construct.
No, right?
A human construct.
It's like entering one of the... I think there's definitely a term that I mentioned.
I agree with what this person's saying here. So it's a social construct. So how would you have an innate thing that maps onto a social construct? That doesn't make any sense. So I don't see how it can be innate. And it doesn't have to be innate, to be clear. You don't have to be able to prove, oh, well, I'm innately trans because my gender identity is innately this. Like, none of that shit actually matters. It's just about, well, you know, there's a very drastic treatment that might fuck your life up, but it might be worth it, depending, you know? And maybe it's worth rolling the dice on that shit. And maybe it's not. And that's more what matters, really.
Yeah, it's like a...
Gender's a construct.
No, right?
A human construct.
It's like entering one of the...
On the polyamory front, I find myself admiring practically anyone that can mentally, emotionally, and physically accommodate more than one person a day and be willing to, because I fucking couldn't. Yeah, Jesus. Like, I don't know. It would just drive me nuts. It would just drive me nuts having more people here, honestly. Like, I've got the odd person that I message regularly enough. I've got the odd person that I hang out with. For the most part, I just kind of need one other person there. I like different people being for different things, I guess. I don't need more than one partner. Like, just one is fine for me.
I think there's definitely a term that I mentioned in the last one where it's like, we're not saying there isn't, but we can't fully say that there is simply because it's like a social...
How would we know?
Yeah, it's a social construct. Because imagine, there definitely is intersex animals, without a doubt. There's definitely queer animals.
Yeah.
Maybe they...
Okay, queer animals is bizarre. Intersex animals, yeah, makes sense. Queer, like, what is queer if you think that animals can be queer? What the fuck is queer at that point?
Imagine, there definitely is intersex animals, without a doubt. There's definitely queer animals.
Yeah.
Maybe they have something similar to a gender construct, but it's so beyond what we can understand. It's like, but we don't know.
Do y'all remember what Carl said?
Carl who?
He believed that transness was the female psyche caught in a male body.
It's coming back.
The brain in transness is a lot more complicated than that, but research does show that Carl's claim wasn't entirely off base. What scientists are actually finding...
was it?
Yeah. What scientists are actually finding is far more complex. A 2025 systemic review of 22 transgender neuroimaging studies found that trans brains show a blend of traits, some aligning with their assigned sex, others...
Bear in mind, if we're saying a blend of traits, first off, we're saying that there's a male brain and a female brain. There's like an average male brain and an average female brain. There's an extreme that goes beyond female on the male end, an extreme that goes beyond male in the female end, I guess. But really, if you scanned every single person's brain on the planet, most people, you'd say, have like a blend of traits, you know? There's not many things in the brain that are that dimorphic. And some of the things we think are dimorphic, there's actually plenty of evidence they're not as much. Like we assume that cortical thickness, for example, is higher in females than males. But then when you actually look at studies, there's plenty that actually found the opposite or found a little different.
Others aligning with their gender identity, and some that are totally distinct from both. And what's key is those differences show up before any medical transition.
Gas.
That's hard.
That's huge. That's really big.
That is actually huge. That was huge.
That actually is really big.
It's not that huge, considering we already talked about how brains are very plastic anyway and change based on all kinds of life experiences. And it's not out of the question that gender non-conforming people might have certain experiences in common that gender conforming people might not have. So there's all sorts of reasons why this might be. This is not the kind of thing that's worth getting this excited about. And we have the same problem. It's like, I don't know, we're taking this to try and validate something. It doesn't really need validating, to be honest. And it doesn't necessarily mean anything, really.
This finding could suggest a neurobiological basis for gender identity and transness. A bit of both.
B.O.B.
Bring your own gender.
So a neurobiological basis for an identity based on cultural norms and stereotypes and stuff. Again, it just doesn't make very much sense.
Bring your own Bob.
I think that probably people are just very, very variable. And certain predispositions align more with certain cultural things than others. And if we change gender a whole bunch, it might be a completely different cohort who is transitioning for all we know.
Bit of both. B.O.B. What's your name, B.O.B.? So they call you Bob. Stop playing, baby. You know that I'm known for the Bob. Bob. Anyway.
I know what we're doing after the episode.
We're getting Bobs.
We're all getting Bobs. On me.
Oh my God.
Okay, so this finding could suggest a neurobiological basis for gender identity in transness that scientists are still trying to understand. They can't yet explain why it's occurring, but there's a lot of research on the patterns they're observing in different patterns of the transgender brain. And I don't want to dig too deeply into this research. One, because I might lose anyone who isn't a neurobiologist.
Me.
And two, because like I was saying earlier.
So this sucks. They're not going to dig too deep into this. This is kind of what I was hoping. I was kind of hoping it'd be much deeper on this kind of stuff. And to be honest, the odd thing has come up in this that has been quite interesting in its own right, for sure. But yeah, I don't know, man. I do feel a bit clickbaited, if I'm honest.
A lot of the researchers haven't drawn conclusions about what these specific patterns mean.
That's what a lot of science is.
Anything that I could come up with was me sort of making it up, you know? So I don't know. I'm not going to do that. So I'm wondering what comes up for both. Because like I was deeply into this research. the patterns they're observing in different patterns of the transgender brain. And I don't want to dig too deeply into this research. One, because I might lose anyone who isn't a neurobiologist.
Me.
And two, because like I was saying earlier, a lot of the researchers haven't drawn conclusions about what these specific patterns mean.
That's what a lot of science is.
Anything that I could come up with was me sort of making it up.
This I respect. I think this is far better than what some people are saying. Like, I'm glad we said this, to be honest. I'm glad we said this. Jesus Christ.
You know? So I don't know. I'm not going to do that. So
unfortunately, a lot of people do that. And that's a big fucking bugbear that I have. There are a lot of people making a lot of strong statements about this so-called neurobiological basis for so-called transness, which I still wonder what that actually fucking refers to specifically. I'm glad at least we're saying, you know, we're not trying to draw strong conclusions because it's very difficult to, you know.
Wondering what comes up for both of you.
And to be clear, ultimately that's going to be my conclusion on this, which is, well, I can't actually say there is not a neurobiological like basis or like precipitation or whatever to being trans or something like that. It's more that like we don't know, and we have so little evidence to really say that it really just makes sense that people should stop fucking saying it. And that, you know, there could be a lot of explanations for what we're actually seeing. And some of it is like some patterns that I guess are interesting, but it doesn't really go beyond that. It's very up in the air. It's very vague. And to be honest, I feel like it might always be that way. And I'm much more interested in what happens when culture like changes. Like, let's say 50 years from now, the person on the right here, this is like your average cis male presentation. Is it the same people that will transition? Who knows, you know?
Yes, you're making me act so Gen Z right now. Oh, wow. You are doing this.
How am I? I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
my brain rot's coming out. Okay. So, what comes up for both of you when you're hearing this, other than Nicki Minaj and her mom? Like when you're hearing about like the trans brain being unique.
A pattern is a pattern, but a pattern isn't diagnostic, right? So it's like when I think about it in myself, I'm like, I could have just been interpreted as a queer kid and stayed like that my whole life if I hadn't seen certain things, you know? Because like for me,
like being non-binary and gay, you mean?
Yeah, right. Like when I was in my egg phase, you know, like
what?
My egg phase.
Your egg? That's like before you come out.
Oh, well, this peasant doesn't know about egg shit. I don't know. That's another thing I want to do. I really want to watch when I guess when I'm done with all the trans brain shit and when I've got something ready to actually make out of it. I want to watch loads of videos about like signs that you were trans. This kind of like egg shit, because I want to actually fucking bury that shit so badly. There are not signs that you're trans. I'm sorry. You can't look back and say, well, maybe if you wore your sister's knickers and got off on it, that means that you might be trans later in life, because, well, maybe that doesn't mean that, you know. It's not a sign that you're trans. What you're doing is thinking that you're helping people by putting out your experiences that you think are confirming in some way of you being trans. And really, it's just about how you feel. And that's what really matters. There's signs that you're gender non-conforming. Okay, you're gender non-conforming. Again, something that might mean that you're trans, but might not. So it's all nonsense. And it's just like, you're just trying to feed like people's confirmation bias. It's like this egg cracking shit. You're hoping that other people will see it and be like, oh shit, I did that shit too. Maybe I'm trans. Well, that's quite a dangerous game, you know? It's quite a dangerous game. We should give every other one of us a break. I don't want to hear that from you, Amaya. I don't want to hear that from you at all. Unless you want me to leak your DMs that you've been sending me recently, which I'm happy to do because you're being a fucking loser, can I just say? Being a fucking loser.
Well, before you hatch,
you've had femme queens on this show.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, but I pick up the terminology as we talk.
Oh wow! And you're just like moaning,
moaning. Yeah. In my egg phase, because like baby dolls are eggs, and then they crack, and then that's
I hate this shit so much. Fuck egg culture. Not a thing. Needs to fucking die. Leave people the fuck alone. Let them work out their own shit. Let them come to you if you're trans and they're questioning shit. But that ain't fucking egg shit. That's someone that's genuinely in the phase of like questioning shit. We don't need to fucking crack people's eggs.
transitioning is like when you crack. So yeah, like before I cracked, I was honestly like pretty fine staying as a boy until you know, because for me, when I was transitioning, when I was like in the beginning of it, I started moaning when I was non-binary still, and that was more just in an effort to experience femininity on a more spiritual level, because I know from my education that everything that I think is a matter of my hormonal signals. Everything that you are and everything that you think has been formed by your hormones and their effect on how your neurons actually transmit things, you know? So it's like, I can't, in my mind, in my own good conscience of how I treat my gender identity, keep going without actually having an experience of what femininity is.
Very binary, by the way. Very binary suddenly. We're non-binary. We want to experience femininity. We take the hormone associated with female. I think we should just really like accept the level of like binary and the level of it is actually about sex to at least a certain degree. And a lot of this stems out of sex. But that was a Judith Butler thing, wasn't it? That like sex is a gender rather than the other way around. I can't really get on board with that. I think that gender is like socially constructed ultimately. And I think that that comes after like things that are natural, like sex, for example. That's from nature because it's, you know, it's how we reproduce, it's how we're here, you know what I mean? Gender is like a layer, I think, that humans add on top of it. And I think things exist regardless of it and don't rely on it to do what they're doing. It's hard to explain what I mean again, but that kind of thing I'm really unsure of. Are all these people trans women? No, only this one's a trans woman. This one is a trans man, I think, who sweats a lot, apparently. The other two, I think, are just lesbians. Possibly non-binary, but I don't know.
You did it as a social experiment.
Yeah. So I am my own hamster.
You are so brave. You're so bold.
Yeah. I am my own rat.
Yeah.
And so like that experience lent itself to being like, actually, this makes the most sense.
Yeah.
You know? But I could have fully just stayed non-binary. I could have not transitioned at all. I could have just been a super feminine boy.
Does that make you question because a lot of these studies, like I was saying, are on people who are like, this gender is wrong for me very early on. Does that make you question whether you would have like shown up in these brain scans? Like, does that?
Well, you know
what you're saying?
It's not necessarily because it's like my psyche is different from how my biology responds, right? As much as my psyche is formed by my biology, there are certain aspects of it that are socially,
of course,
you know, determined. So it's like. Coming from a conservative culture like Lebanon, it's like you might have
Lebanon.
I love my country down. Actually, I'm Lebanon down.
Yeah,
Lebanon down.
Yeah.
Lebanon down. Lebanon boots. But like coming from that conservative background, it's like
that was funny. Apparently,
like being, you know, biologically a boy was never a question to me.
Right.
You know, being masculine was.
Right.
Now manifesting as the person that I am today, being feminine made sense the entire time.
Right.
This whole thing is a caveat for me to be able to do that in the way that feels the most authentic.
Yeah. Well, the way that we're talking about it makes me feel like all of these like research.
The Fisher principle. What's that?
On like the receptors and whatnots is really testing like femininity and masculinity rather than like transness itself, which like can show up for people in various ways.
Because femininity and masculinity are measurable traits. There's no way to say, oh, you're this trans.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Like somebody could be like super masculine of a woman and still be like cis hetero.
Feminizing and masculinizing gender affirming care are like the official medical terms.
Sure. And that would be like your physical features. That can
but there's cis hetero women that naturally have very elevated levels of testosterone and still identify as their, you know, as women, as females, etc. So I don't see like this
lagging
being, you know, high correlation. Like there's so much
variability,
but like I don't
also
know.
my experience as a trans woman is entirely different from another girl, right? Because it's like I have this sort of like woo-woo thinking for it, but there are some girls that like their gender dysphoria was actually debilitating and it would have sent them to the grave.
It does remind me of like Alok, how they said there's as many genders as there are people on Earth.
Totally.
Because everyone experiences masculinity and femininity. Kind of, I like to imagine as the way that we see color. The different cones and rods in our eyes is what allows us to see color, but just as you know how we're all genetically,
every deviation promotes pushing the scale towards the middle again. Okay, I think I understand. I mean, certain species, if there's too few of one or the other, Like some of them will actually change sex, and it's to do with like maintaining like a reproductive strategy, right? Is it like clownfish and stuff like that? I can't remember. I know bits and pieces of stuff like that. It's quite interesting though. I'll read more about that. Thank you. Hope you're good, by the way.
Unique, that's also going to be slightly unique too. So like the color of that might be slightly different to you. So that's how I always imagine masculinity and femininity.
Yeah, everyone's experience with transness is so different, and even people's experience with gender dysphoria is different. Like we relate to each other on many different levels. Yeah, but like it's going to be a different experience.
Almost like everyone's experience of being human is different to each other.
And that's what I feel like. I don't know. I feel like maybe our research is better spent figuring out how to provide better gender affirming care.
Yes. Well, are we seeking to define or are we seeking to understand?
Do you know what I've been thinking about a lot? I think I talked to you about it before a while back as I was reading through this. Okay. Because when I started testosterone, I was like, wow, I'm dumber. It's a one-track mind. Yeah. I remember when the station had multiple tracks. Yeah. It's high-speed rail, and now just one. And
does taking testosterone change the brain significantly?
It affects like mood, absolutely, like thoughts, like mood in particular. Say like.
Here's one thing I wonder: are the brains really that different, or is it kind of what's driving it that kind of changes things? Like, you know, you have to accept certain broad differences, especially like behaviorally between like men and women, even if there's a lot of overlap. But it doesn't really seem like the brain looking a bit different on average necessarily has much to do with that. And maybe the brain isn't really like sexually dimorphic at all. It's just driven differently.
I call it emotional constipation. How it's like it's just sometimes it's just harder to access the emotions and even find like maybe even the cause of it. Like I'm sad, but I don't know why. And then the worst is there's not as much cathartic sadness. Like it's harder to cry. So instead of just crying, my head hurts, and then I just sleep, and then I still feel kind of sad. But
so it's not all patriarchy and socialized.
That's honestly what I was thinking
that's
about.
Actually,
like
a very interesting observation.
Right? like researching for this and kind of like noting down the different changes that I had and like mood and whatnot. It's like it's one of the things I realized is that
it's very binary, isn't it? We actually confirm some of the stereotypes to an extent because of the differences in like hormones. I don't know. We could become fucking giga-based by just re-acknowledging sex more and incorporating that in, you know.
Actually is harder to kind of name some of the emotions I'm feeling. A lot of the like I'm more the reaction I have to certain things is more lean.
Also, I have not had the opposite effect of this. I don't cry any more than I used to, and I used to never cry. So like once, twice a year, maybe.
Towards anger than sadness, and then it is harder to cry and like really get it out. So imagine being like, whether you're trans or cis, but you've been kind of pushed into this toxic masculinity of like shove down your feelings even more, and I'm like, you already
this just kind of exists to a certain extent. Like you're expected of it as a guy, but maybe the expectations are partly from how things are anyway, and they kind of get taken a bit too far, you know.
Like
predisposed.
You're already kind of at a disadvantage, and you just completely cut yourself.
You already have less access.
Yes, right.
Interesting. I didn't know that. No. In terms of like it being like a hormonal thing.
I would say like pre-transition. The way that I always used to call it was my lizard brain.
Yeah, lizard brain. I always say lizard brain now.
Yeah, because and the reason why I say lizard brain is because like lizards are just animals. Yeah. Right. They only think so are we. But like all they think.
This is very bizarre.
Think about is eating, sleeping, and fucking.
Right.
Yeah. That's all I thought about.
Really?
Yeah.
This has never been me.
Yeah. You were in your advanced classes.
Well,
you thought about your theology of learning.
Yeah. Autopilot. Autopilot.
And then what is it like now?
I'll contextualize it in the way of relationships, right? So before I could fuck anything. And now I feel like estrogen has pushed me in more of a demisexual direction.
Interesting.
Especially because like my sex drive has gone down significantly. So
you notice that
demisexual, a very useless word. You have less of a sex drive because you transitioned. Wow. Yes, that happens. You don't want to fuck as often. You have less libido. Wow.
Like right when you start.
Yeah.
That totally needs a specific like sexuality mapped onto it. And we need as many labeled sexualities for as many tiny variants as possible. I don't really get all this kind of shit, but okay.
And then I thought that it was almost in like an asexual way, but then I'm like, well, I'm still attracted to men. And then I went on dates with people, and then I finally like put myself in those situations, and I'm like, oh, maybe I actually just need to get to know you better. Maybe I need to think critically about the person that I'm sleeping with so that there's a connection there. That has sort of applied to every situation that he was talking about before.
And even I've talked to like other NBs too who are more like transmasc or have done testosterone. An interesting experience with like transitioning in sex is reassessing or rediscovering what was gender dysphoria and what was asexuality.
Oh my God.
Right?
Oh my God.
Right? Because even before, and I still consider myself demi, but beforehand I was a lot more sex repellent. And I think part of it was, the demisexuality, but I think part of it was also this like unwillingness or like the shyness of wanting other people to see my body. And now that I'm older and like...
I'll be honest. How much more? I think we crossed off all the brain stuff, to be honest. I'm like glazing over pretty hardcore. There's been some interesting stuff in here. I'm not sitting here shitting on the whole thing. I don't really care what level of sexuality these people have. That's not very interesting to me. It's all very, meh. Euphoria. What is this?
Fusion.
So what happens to the brain after hormone therapy?
This bit might be interesting.
Kind of like you were saying, Maya, hormones don't just impact the body in ways we can see, like curves, body hair, muscles, and sound of your voice. They can also reshape your brain and so many other aspects of your whole body. Like hormones go throughout everything. And sex hormones like testosterone, estrogen, progesterone influence cortical thickness, subcortical volume, and brain network activity. So fMRI studies show that gender-affirming hormone therapy shifts neural patterns from sex assigned at birth towards gender identity. So already you're kind of in the middle, but unique.
That's an extremely weird way of putting it, by the way. Like, to say it shifts you towards gender identity when you're doing something that is confirming of said gender identity. Like, we're adding a layer that doesn't need to be there. Like, yeah, females tend to have a lot more estrogen than males. So if a male person thinks they're a woman and takes estrogen, then yeah, they're going to start looking a bit more like a woman.
From sex assigned at birth towards gender identity. So already you're kind of in the middle, but unique, but it goes even further towards your desired sex, if that makes sense. So a trans woman's brain would get more similar to a female brain.
Oh, so the brain starts to reshape?
Yes. Yeah. In both cis and trans people, sex hormones communicate directly with our brains and shape the entire body. Science fields typically have kind of like one area of focus, like the brain, and then they don't look at the body as a whole. However, neuropsychophysiologist Dr. Kayla Osterhoff is trying to change that by looking at the body as a whole, specifically through hormones. In most male bodies, hormones fluctuate on a 24-hour repeating clock, which can be observed in the brain, which she's doing. However, in most menstruating female bodies, hormones fluctuate according to a 28-day-ish menstrual cycle, which has 4 phases, all of which Dr. Osterhoff has like mapped to the brain, which like change a lot of the way that you like act, think, behave, so many of these things. So the impact of taking hormones is going to change so much about you, like you were saying, it had some really big impacts, and I'm sure there's more that y'all could say.
I do often fantasize about what it would be like to
not have a menstrual cycle.
Yeah.
Right. It's quite the burden.
Did it stop?
It's great. However, I will
tell us about it?
apparently, and I didn't know this until like a few months ago for like the other trans masc listening. I've been on hormones for about 4 years now. My menstrual cycle stopped, I want to say, within the first year. However, I met a lad. He's been on hormones for about a lad. He's very much lad. And he's been on hormones for about 15 years, and his menstrual cycle came back.
Whoa.
So I don't know why. This isn't the panic, y'all. But I mean, like, he's managing it. There's like other things too that you can do. Like I know it's not an IED. IUD. I got an IED. But I know like that was one option if like my menstrual cycle didn't went away, that they could like potentially control that. Thank God the testosterone helped, but that was interesting, and I don't really know why it came back. Because the testosterone I'm on is gel, and so I apply that 24 hours, and that kind of got like a bit of euphoria, thinking that I'm on the same sort of 24-hour cycle as like cis men. But like, I mean, certain things changed almost immediately. Like the first few hours of starting to eat, my pain tolerance decreased. So that was, and so I ouch.
And the man cold.
That's all.
All right, I'm bored. Yeah, some interesting stuff in here, I guess. it's very much not the target audience is very much not me. Maybe if you're like culturally queer, you get all the jokes and you find random words funny, and maybe that's just something that I lack. And that's fair enough. I don't expect to find this kind of shit very relatable. And like I said, I think the kind of cultural shit, it does end up forming the same kind of issues as like things like gender, you know? Where now there's just a different group of norms that other people can now find themselves alienated by. You know? But yeah, I don't know. That's about all I can be asked with on that one. We've still got some time. I'm just having a look to see if there's anything interesting in my watch later. To be honest, I guess I feel like I must be on the right track in a way. Because certainly the one on the right, like that has this kind of scientific background, is it's kind of confirming to me that I'm on the right track. Even if we come from very different places and have very different experiences and shit like that, and think about this kind of shit in very different ways. There's obviously a certain like standard, you know what I mean? And that standard should be not jumping to insane conclusions. Hang on, just give me one sec. Give me one sec. Oh my god, King Critical made a video called Cirrus Makes Bad Videos. Yep, I agree. I very much agree. He completely sucks. He is fucking dreadful at making videos. Maybe he wouldn't be if he talked about something that isn't what he talks about. Yeah, because we watched Gina Rippon thing. I tend to find with those kinds of people, this isn't like a bad thing. I'm not saying it that way. But like you hear the same thing. They do talks. They land on a lot of the same talking points and shit like that. That's my chair, not me, by the way. You know, I'm still unconvinced that gender euphoria isn't getting at the same stuff as something like AGP. Because AGP doesn't necessarily mean that you get a boner, you know what I mean? It's not necessarily, I get off on this. It's like, what was it that Ray Alex Williams used to say? Like, sometimes it can be more about almost like a romantic feeling or something. I think honestly it's getting at the same thing, and people say it's debunked. Like, it's just a different way towards a similar conclusion. You know? I was reminded that Powered by Rainbows exists. 7 months ago. 7 months ago, we did a video called Remembering Neo-Nazi Charlie Kirk. I didn't like Charlie Kirk very much. I don't think he was a neo-Nazi. He just says like the most retarded fucking shit all the time. It's been ages since I watched something of his, but when I scan through, it's like just like dumb shit. It's like, what is this? What are you saying with almost any of this? What are you saying with almost any of this? Oh, who was that guy? I'm trying to, I'm remembering like all these different fucking people that I used to watch. Sorry, we're gonna be spinning our wheels for a short while. Remember Not Defining? Not Defining was a lot of fun. Like, a lot of these people, they just make the same fucking shit on repeat, to be honest. Okay. We're gonna find out the psychology behind straight people watching trans porn. Fuck it. Can't do that. I can't do that. I can do that. There we go.
Hey there, my name's Mark. I'm a sexuality specialist, author, and coach. I love to talk about those things which don't get talked about enough, those taboo things, so that we can all understand ourselves better and hopefully move past confusion, anxiety, or shame. Today, I want to talk about why it is that straight identifying men may enjoy trans adult content. I've referred to it as transsexual porn, just because that's often the way it's presented on adult content sites, but I'll use trans throughout. So this can cause a lot of confusion, right? I'm straight. Why am I into this stuff, right? What does it mean about me? Does it mean that I'm gay? Does it mean that I'm bi? What's going on, right? So if that's something that you are experiencing, then you are not alone, okay? Thank you for watching this video. If you are really struggling, you want some one-on-one support, I provide coaching, we can talk it out. Also online mentoring, you can ask me any questions, and we have a lot of exclusive content as well on our Patreon. So check out our links below. I've also got a book that talks all about the spectrum of attraction and explains all of this. So check the links below for extra support. But I'm going to explain to you some of the main reasons why we can find ourselves in this situation, and hopefully it will help. So the first reason why straight men may enjoy trans adult content is because trans women are hot. And it doesn't mean anything about your orientation.
That is horrendous fucking nail polish. What are you doing?
So if you are...
What makes a person make a video about this? Well, I mean, he's not making a video about why he whacks off to trans porn. But I think in general, the whole overall thing here is endless navel gazing about sexuality and gender and shit. you're going to end up talking about shit like this because, like, I don't know. It's just kind of slop, isn't it? It's just slop.
Are a straight man and you're attracted to trans women, you are still straight, right? That's the rule, okay?
I think it really depends. Hang on.
It doesn't mean anything about your orientation. So if you are a straight man and you're attracted to trans women, you are still straight.
That depends on what trans women you're talking about. I think you can be a straight person who's attracted to trans women. If you're attracted to very non-passing trans women, then possibly not. It kind of depends.
Right? That's the rule, okay? It doesn't make you gay.
Like, we have the same problem, I think. This is a bit like people who... How do I put this, man? I take issue with people that conceive of sexuality purely as based on, like, what sex someone is. I think that's far too rigid. And I think that people are usually attracted to what they see. And if you're a straight man who is 99% attracted to women, and then the other 1% is male people that very much resemble women, and specifically the kinds of women that you're attracted to me that more informs that you're straight, if anything. Because that's what you're into. Like, I don't think it makes sense that that person has to now be bi because they also like the odd male person who very much resembles a woman. You know what I mean? By the same token, to say that by rule, if you're attracted to trans women as a male, you're straight, you know, I think that has the same problem. I think it really depends on what they look like and what you're perceiving. And I think being too rigid in either direction and staking out these kind of rules in general is not a great idea, I would say.
It doesn't make you bi, okay? You're attracted to a woman, right? You're attracted to a feminine form. The end.
That's implying that a trans woman is feminine. Not all of them are.
I think a lot of straight men feel that if they're attracted to women who are not cisgender, that means something about them. No, it doesn't. It really, really doesn't. And that's...
I think it can. Depends.
Not just like the PC thing to say. It's
yes, it is.
Actually scientifically true. Attraction doesn't work on a binary. Gender and sex characteristics don't work on...
But he's just... Oh my god, man. But he's just made it out kind of that way. There's just a different line that we're drawing. I think this is too rigid as well. But I agree. But we're just putting the line in a different place and making it rigid in that way. Like, what's the quality about trans women that straight men are attracted to? Well, it's if they resemble women, right? But not all of them do. Not all trans women are very feminine, you know? So if you're specifically attracted to trans women that are not very feminine, are you still straight? Like, it's a bit more kind of up in the air, right?
Binaries. The human brain experiences attraction to different bodies. And if you are a male heterosexual person, you are very, very likely to be attracted to a feminine form. And if that person has different attributes, which perhaps a cis woman doesn't have, it doesn't actually make a difference. You can still really, really be attracted to and enjoy that type of content. So don't worry. You're still straight, like nothing's happened. It's a woman, and trans women, very, very hot. Very, 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 very hot. So...
Please stop pandering. Thank you.
There you go. Second...
Most trans women are not very hot, I'll be honest. Sorry about it.
Point is, a lot of kind of adult content, porn use, is about taboo. Okay, it's been scientifically proven, it's been researched a lot. There's a lot of data on it because the sites collect data. People go for things that they don't experience in their normal everyday life. Makes sense, right? Like, you're not going to look on the internet for things that you necessarily want or have available to you in real life, right? People have all kinds of fantasies. So if you're looking at any type of adult content, it doesn't mean that that's necessarily something that you want to do or something that you want to act out or someone that you even want to be with necessarily. You might do, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. So it's more likely that it is just something that is really different. Okay, it's not something that perhaps we'll see a lot, or we're not taught about it, and it's not, it's just a different thing, right? People have all kinds of fantasies, fetishes, all kinds of things. Anything you could imagine. I mean, I don't need to tell you, I'm sure you know. So
this is really fucking boring. I kind of wanted to watch that Isaac Uncooked thing. I'm gonna watch that instead. I'm bored. I'm gonna watch something else. Fuck it.
About the same.
Abrupt change. So this, I think, was someone who kind of fucked their face up, having implants and stuff like that. Why straight men are into trans women. Yeah, there's probably all sorts of reasons. You can be straight and into trans women. It depends on a lot of things. And I think, I don't know, trying to make out too many rules around attraction is itself a bit of a fool's errand. Yeah, I wanted to look at this quickly. This Isaac Uncooked person is a detransitioner, I think. And apparently this person kind of took things too far in some ways. I'm going to have a bit of a look at this and then we'll stop because it's quite long. I don't know if I'll get through all of it, so we'll speed it up slightly. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on Streamlabs or on YouTube. You can... What else? I need to move my camera. You can fucking... you can join the channel. You can gift memberships through our chat. You can check the links in my description. I have Patreon, I have Discord, I have other things. I make music. Check out my music. Anyway, yeah, so we'll watch this quickly. I don't know who Bambi Bean is very much. I know a little bit about them apparently fucking their appearance up. And maybe I'll have some thoughts, or maybe I'll be bored again. In which case, I don't know. Sorry, this stream was a fucking washout, I guess. Anyway, like the stream, super chat, etc.
Bambi Bean. I made a video reacting to his video. That's him 3 years ago. That's me 3 years ago. I look about the same. He does not. And we're going to talk about that very soon. I didn't want to make this video, and I really mean that. And so I didn't. I ignored the emailer who sent me what happened to Bambi. I ignored it because I'm like, yeah, he can do what he wants. I don't care about this shit anymore. If he wants to fuck his life up, that's on him. There's people who are going to make a bunch of videos on them and get millions of views. This won't be one. But it will be one that gives you something to actually take away if you're interested in learning something. It might not be what you want to learn, but it's what you probably should. It's what we all should. Bambi. Why did he do all this? Well, in his own words.
I have gender euphoria bonus. Yes, basically.
Last we left off, Bambi was injecting alcohol into his testicles. Right over there. 3 years ago. Because of his gender euphoria boners. Where did that take him? You might ask. Now look, before we get into this, Bambi and I knew each other. Here he is in the comments talking to me saying I'm jealous. We had a little back and forth, but before this, years before this video, we knew of each other. I talked to him. I was in the same community as he was. This is why I say this in the video. You know what else I say in the video? Something that went over people's heads back then. I always knew it would, but it did.
I have a good one, Nina.
In the way I thought it might. I said Bambi is intelligent and self-aware. And I say that you might not realize how intelligent and self-aware he is. It might seem as though he's quite dumb. What I'm saying by that is, I'm saying he's probably smarter than most of you. That doesn't mean he makes better decisions. What I'm trying to say here, though, is...
Yeah, this person's name is Bambi, apparently.
This is a human. A very smart, self-aware human. Who did not get loved enough. And did not... He's a person who was not loved enough that's trying to survive an impossible situation. And who among us does that not describe? In fact, I think it describes almost every single person who is alive. We all have an impossible problem. Bambi's was, I'm a man, but I can't be a man because men get raped, and that's why I got raped. This is Bambi's mind, right? So therefore, I must change.
Oh, did Isaac ever talk about trans brains? That might be helpful.
My maleness in whatever way I can. And this is what it's all been about for him.
So is this what this person looks like now? I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know. This person like looks good. Is this Famios? Is this Famios' future? They have a GoFundMe. It's terrifying.
It's mostly based on the trauma. There's a bit of desire there, sure, with the gender euphoria boners. I actually think that's a bit of his humor, his see, something I didn't go into back then because I didn't think you were all ready for it. I think you are now, maybe, being steeped in this sort of stuff for so many years, seeing it all come out. People like Bambi talk in 3 different ways, generally. Technically 4, but the 3 main ones are dissociated, sarcastic, and ironic. The 4th way is genuine. It's very rare. So generally, when he's in this video saying all this, it's either sarcasm, irony, or he's completely...
Okay, I feel like I need to check the pictures off my active screen before I look at this. But I think the worst thing is, like, it's one thing, like, obviously this person fucked themselves up. And it's always tempting. You look at someone's, like, GoFundMe and shit, partly because of shit that they did to themselves. And it's always tempting to be like, oh, well, why are you asking for people's money? You did some shit to yourself. I think that, like, very, very clearly, there's more to the story than that. And this person clearly has something super wrong with them. The sad part is, we're talking $538 out of $16K needed. And it looks almost quite, it looks quite urgent, you know? It looks like this person's, like, dealing with serious shit. It was created April 14th. That's like almost a week ago. $500. Like, what the fuck is that gonna do? I presume they're in the US. So whatever the fuck they need to fix whatever the fuck happened. That's an awful lot of money needed. And $500, I presume, is not going to scratch the surface. And it's like, what do you do? I wonder about this, because people turn to, like, GoFundMes and shit as a last resort. What the fuck do you do when you do a GoFundMe? And this is the result. It's like, what now? You know? It's, like, quite terrifying to think about. Hang on. I don't want to see the pictures, but I guess I should try and understand what's going on here. Yeah. Yeah, like blown up like a balloon. It's horrifying. And the sad thing is like, you can see why people like this, like, transition. But clearly it didn't help. I guess this is the other side of the coin. For someone like me, it kind of helped some. It didn't do a huge amount. I wouldn't say that I've become something that if I could have my way that I would become. And maybe what I want to be is, like, not possible. But that's why at a certain point you just kind of, you cut your losses and you try and be happy with what you are, you know what I mean? And this is what happens when that isn't the case. Did the surgery go wrong? They injected themselves with silicone. Like, it's terrifying. And this person looked far better than I fucking did. And you wonder if the transition helped or like made it worse in a way. It kind of reminds me of Lee Francis, or I guess Janeway. Only, again, it's the other side of it. That's someone, I guess, that has a lot of money, that can afford all these different surgeries and is very much obsessive. It's like, you know, let's say Femioz gets fucking rich or whatever one day. That's that person's future. It's like surgery after surgery, continually focusing on smaller and smaller things about themselves, probably never becoming particularly happy. And that's kind of a better case outcome. Because otherwise you start doing shit like this, you know what I mean? It's terrifying. And like, what the fuck are you gonna do? Like, the GoFundMe is just like stalled out by the look of it. The most recent one was... Yeah, the most recent donations were 3 days ago. 3 days ago, they raised an additional $37. They need 16K. I'm not even surprised that they need that much. I know, it's terrifying. It's terrifying.
Dissociated. A little bit is...
Maybe that's something I hope I can help with. There's a limit. There's a point at which you're going to do as much as you can, like safely. And at a certain point, you have to bring your brain round, you know what I mean? Otherwise, you start fucking around with other stuff because you don't have the money for whatever it is you feel you need. That is terrifying, man.
Is genuine. That's why I had to make the video I did, responding to his video, because you got to cut through it all. That's why I preambled the video with this very lengthy 10-minute backstory, because it is preferable to him that you see him as an autogynephile and he see himself as an autogynephile. That's preferable to the truth. Even though that's bad, the truth is far worse for him to deal with. He would much rather deal with something simple like, I'm turned on by
Yeah, I don't have a problem with people seeing me as an AGP. I think it's fine.
it, and that's the only reason. And
Can that even be fixed? Who fucking knows, man? Who fucking knows?
always knew this, and that's why I did the preamble talking about his trauma and how he was abused. I think this is the one, yeah, where he talks about being raped. And I don't think this was the only sexual abuse he experienced. This was just the one I could find in his comments. I think there was more. So I wanted to say that, right? But above all, this is a person. It's a person who wasn't loved enough by the people who should have. And it's a person who has an impossible problem of, I'm a man, but I can't be. And that's okay. We all have the impossible problem of our own dealings. It's not really a problem. And in fact, most problems are not a problem until you try to fix it. And that's my main message. Most problems, especially impossible problems, are not a problem until you try to fix it. Once you decide, I'm going to fix it, well, then you have a problem because it's not fixed and you're going to fix it. And if it's impossible, then you have a serious problem.
Will she live? I mean, I don't know what kind of time is being taken off this person's life by what they've done to themselves, if that's what you mean. But I mean, if they're risking homelessness and shit like that, then yeah, I don't know. It's up in the air. It's up in the air.
Problem. Because you're going to try to do something that you can't, like change your sex. And it won't work. And it will backfire. And there's many who have died from trying these things that I've covered.
I think you can tell they're like a very disillusioned, like, detransitioner. Like, this is more absolute than I think I would be. Like, there does exist plenty of people that so-called change their sex as much as they can and do so successfully and do so healthily and seem to have come out the other side perfectly fine. Like, this is very much an outlier for sure.
I believe Bambi is well on his way to that, and we're going to get to him in a second. I know you all want to see what happened, so maybe we just cut to him now, because I tend to ramble. Yeah, I'm going to show you him now.
Oh, it's going to be, like, graphic and fucked up, but we've already seen stuff, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Warning or whatever. Fucked up shit. Yeah, I don't know about anyone else. I don't think I want Britain to be more like Poland. I think we're probably fine. We're probably fine when it comes to trans shit. You can be a trans person and go around and you're more or less safe for the most part. And there's loads of other fucking trannies that look way worse than you anyway, so people leave you alone for the most part. We're restricting the more ridiculous stuff. I think we have it about right on trans stuff. I don't want to be more like Poland.
Before I do, it's rough. And if you have empathy and care about human suffering, you might not want to see this. It might ruin your day. I cried when I first saw it. And then I realized this is not my life. And it's not in my control. And I shouldn't feel bad for someone who is smart and self-aware. He knows what he's doing is insane. He chooses it anyway, right? He chooses it anyway. That isn't to say I don't understand why he's choosing it. I get it, but at a certain point, right? We all make our choices. We all have to live with them. I've made many bad choices. I have to live with them. You have too. Bambi has. And I think that's what I'm trying to impress on you at this video before I show you him. He's made some bad choices. You could gawk at it and laugh at it and have schadenfreude for it and revel in that it's not you that's suffering like he is and think your life therefore better because of it. I would advise against that. It's about the worst thing you could do to yourself. Because that is a perversion of the mind. So is this, but so is that. And it's exactly how you end up like Bambi, doing that stuff. Because you're just training your brain in the wrong way. We'll get back to that point. Let me cut to the chase. I tend to talk. This is Bambi. This is Bambi. Just take this in.
Well, this is like hidden now, I guess. I went on their TikTok and it's all gone. There was an interview with them. Jesus. Oh, this is very depressing. I do appreciate it. Okay, this is gone as well. Wow. Either there's some conspiracy against me, or maybe since this video, maybe this has drawn some attention that someone didn't want drawing. And they've taken everything down. I don't know.
For a moment. A few things you gotta know. So he was injecting silicone and fat dissolvers into his face. Clearly that did not go very well. Doing surgery on
Can this person even see anymore? That's the worst.
yourself. He was also cutting parts of himself off. I also saw one where he was... What was he? He was like sewing part of his face. I forget. But, yeah, he was DIYing it to an extent that I'm not unfamiliar with. I was heading in a similar direction, you know, I wasn't this foolish, maybe, but I did laser and electrolysis on myself. That's why I don't have a beard anymore, exactly. It's coming back over time, but when I did electrolysis on myself, I scarred up the whole top of my face right here. You can't really see it.
Did electrolysis on himself? Oh my god, bro. That's how do you do electrolysis on yourself? That's nuts. I mean, I guess he's lucky that he, you know, I guess there wasn't any lasting effects, you know? Jesus Christ, don't fucking do electrolysis on yourself. Go to a fucking professional. Oh my god.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And the reason I bring this up is because it made me sad. Because here I am trying to make myself beautiful in the way I want. And I'm doing electrolysis and laser. And I end up scarring my face. And now I have this thing that's worse than it was maybe a little bit. But
yeah, I'll say, well, I find this person like oddly compelling, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just drawn to people who are mental because I am myself very mental. I don't know. There is something that I found myself drawn to with Isaac specifically.
Before, in a way, it wasn't worse because I wanted the hair gone, but it was sad because it was the opposite of my intention. My intention was to look better, and here I have made myself look worse. Now, the truth is, do I look worse? No, you can't. No one even knew I had a a scar right here. In fact, the people I dated never even really realized because it's tiny, you know? But it really bothered me because I was focused on making this part look better. And then I made this part look worse. And now I'm scarred after doing all this work. Painful too, might I add. And difficult. I did it like 8 hours a day. 8 hours of electrolysis going into each hair individually and destroying each hair individually.
8
hours a day. 8 hours of electrolysis going into each.
8 hours a day? Jesus fuck Christ. I don't know. I'm just fundamentally a different kind of person. I don't know how you get into this kind of state. It's terrifying.
Each hair individually and destroying each hair individually.
I used to do like 1 hour sessions with a professional. I'd never do this to myself, and no one should do it to themselves. Normally you have another person with like a little microscope thing that can see super close. Like, Jesus Christ, it doesn't even bear thinking about.
I remember it. I remember it. I felt like I was on a mission, you know? I'm sure Bambi feels the same way. Or did. Maybe still does. I mean, look, he's still doing the injections, you know? Yeah. Still doing them.
Oh, they were doing this on TikTok. I mean, I'm amazed. This is a lot of different videos. I'm amazed this was allowed on there. You're watching someone like self-harm.
Elva, do you have any diet tips for...
You did it so you didn't have to get a job to pay for a professional. Yeah, Jesus.
That's not the one I want to play. The one I want to play is this one, maybe.
Elva, is the only thing you care about looking better?
What did you say?
Is the only thing you care about looking better?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a lot. It's the only thing I care about looking better. And then he has this sort of pitiful, sad yeah that is said out through a syringe being put up under his gums. It's not a yeah that makes you... When someone...
Yeah, this is like insane body dysmorphia. This is the kind of thing that transition is never going to fucking fix in a million years. And I guess, if nothing else, the kind of issues we're talking about here, I guess transitioning probably wouldn't have made them any worse. But you wonder if it gives someone something to focus on that isn't actually helping them. And that maybe something else would have. But I don't know. What do you even say? Anyone can be Captain Hindsight on this shit, I guess.
Asks me something about something I'm interested in, right? If they say, is this all you care about? I'm like, yeah, that's all I care about right now. I love it. That's what I want to do right now. Is what I'm interested in. But that wasn't the type of yeah we just heard. It was a yeah of like resignation. It was like, yeah, I'm still trying to look beautiful.
Do you think this person, well, they get views for it? I mean, I guess TikTok views aren't the same as like YouTube views, but like 122.9k. I wonder how much the feedback loop of if I do this on the internet and people watch me, you know?
We'll come back to that point in a bit. There's just so much to talk about here, and
I had no one stop themselves doing. I mean, not everyone has people there, you know. Not everyone has someone to intervene.
I'm gonna get lost if I just keep bouncing around. Let's go back to the point before I move on from it. He still is focused on making himself look good in his eyes. In one of these videos, I don't know which one, but in one of the videos he says, my transition was a success because no one will ever mistake me as a man again. But he also says, I don't like how I look. So there's still the dysphoria element there. And that's always going to be there. Probably worse now, I would imagine. Although at least as bad, maybe not worse in a funny way. There's just so much to talk about. I'm just going to give you my full unfiltered dialogue because I'm filtering myself too much. He probably hates himself as much now as he did before he ever started. The difference is now his life's in danger. Now he's at risk of going blind and dying from this. But he still hates himself just as much.
At risk of going blind, so he can still see at least somewhat. I guess that's something, Jesus.
he's still just as addicted to it. The obsession. He's still not.
Worrying about how one looks can mess them up. Yeah, of course. I mean, anything can mess you up if you take it to enough of an excess. And this is like about as excessive as there can be, you know.
Not happy with himself. You see? So all this did was hurt his health. That's all he's actually achieved. As well as all these years obsessing about it, lost. He won't see it that way. And you know what? Fair enough. I don't necessarily want him to. It's sort of like someone who's a religious zealot. They believe in something, in what they're doing. They believe in it fully. And while they're in that bubble, they have meaning, they have purpose. The moment they pop that bubble, they realized it was all fake. They were living completely in some delusional fairy tale. That's actually when the difficulties truly begin. If you can stay in that fairy tale bubble your whole life.
But you 400 pounds, Jesus.
It's actually not so bad. But unfortunately, the brutal, unfair world that this is, most people can't stay in one bubble their whole life. Most people have to hop from one to the other as each one pops. And his has, I would say, quite thoroughly popped. And yet here he is saying, no, I'm staying in. You know, in some ways, you almost have to admire it. He's a man of sheer dedication to the bit, so to speak, and it is a bit. His whole life is a bit. Here's something that's very telling. I want you to listen to what Bambi says here.
Wait, did you say you want your face to be removed?
Skin, like I want my skin and superficial part to be removed, so there will be naked muscle, and then the naked muscle will become scar tissue, and it will be like new skin.
Wants his skin and fat removed surgically, which is probably why he's rubbing this acid on his face, which is going to destroy his skin.
Rubbing ass? Oh my god.
And he's doing all this stuff to his face, still injecting. He wants it to become an emergency situation where doctors have to remove his face so that his bare, naked muscle underneath will scar over to form new skin. Now, this sounds horrific, and it of course is. But there's two things. One, he's always wanted new skin. That's what this has all been about, right? Get away from being a man, become a new thing. So I'm not a man. New skin would do such a thing if you could have a totally new form. As horrific as it might be, as painful as it might be, at least it wouldn't be him, is what he's thinking. Unfortunately, the sad truth is it'll always be him. It can't be anyone else. No matter how many times he changes his name, and he changes it a lot, it's probably changed, this is not an exaggeration, at least like 50 times. I wish that was an exaggeration, since the video I made. I know this because in the 2 weeks that I talked to him back when I knew him, he changed his persona like every few days. Probably because the moment he finds any semblance of himself in the new him he has created, he's got to throw that away and work on it. Prune, 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 cut, 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 destroy, until there's nothing remotely that resembles him or what he was. But unfortunately, what he's going to find is he's always going to...
Yeah, this is something very different to like gender dysphoria for sure. Jesus.
find some resemblance because he is still himself. Now I want to talk more generally, I think that's all I want to say about him. By the way, I don't know if I said this. This is not AI. I did my due diligence. I'm going to put this hour-long unedited interview where someone interviews him. Really good video if you want to get a view into who he really is, how his mind works. Just remember that he talks in ways that are either dissociated, ironic, or sarcastic and very rarely genuine. So if you watch it, just remember that. I would say he's more genuine here. Maybe he's realized there's no point to keeping up the act. Maybe he's tired. Maybe he's finally defeated. But he still has his moments where you got to really understand that what he's saying is coded to be made more palatable for both him and whoever is listening. Let's see. What I want to say is, he was trying to fix his impossible problem, right? This is what happens. So if you're out there and you're depressed, or you're OCD, or whatever. Some people don't even have an impossible mental problem like dysphoria. They have an impossible situational problem. Whatever it is. If it's not in your control, attempting to fix it brings you here. It's very important that you take that message. But even if it is in your control, see, this is the greater message. That's like the basic message. Anyone can say that. If it's not in your control, don't worry about it. Yeah, easy. Because it's always a good, easy piece of advice, and it's pretty easy to follow. A harder, more important piece of advice that I've come to learn is, and I'm still learning it, this is why I think it's so important I bring this to you. Even if it is in your control to fix it, you shouldn't, usually. Because what you're doing is you're training your brain to see a problem and immediately start trying to fix it. And that's something you will do your whole life with every problem you have, if you train your brain that way. Now, in the West, US specifically, this is a pretty common, I would say almost universal mindset. It works because it helps you get better jobs. It shows that you're more conscientious, always doing things, always fixing things. People like that. They compliment you for that. They like you for that. So it seems good, but it's not. Because inevitably...
This have happened without an audience, who knows? It certainly doesn't help. Like, it's very easy to have, like, shit wrong with you and to be doing, like, really harmful shit to yourself. And because people are willing to sit there and watch it, you know, psychopaths will fucking egg you on and shit. It's a bit like those, fuck. It's a bit like people like Only Use Me Blade, where the audience doesn't give the slightest fuck about the person's health. They see someone drinking shit tons and acting like a clown, and the audience becomes like a participant in encouraging that shit. You do wonder, like, it's terrifying. It really is.
Inevitably, it does bring you to this. If you're sad...
This is someone called Isaacan Cooked, who is a detransitioner, like quite an ideological one, if you know what I mean by that. But they're talking about someone called Bambi Bean, that's the one, who, I guess due to severe trauma and like dysmorphia, like completely ruined their face.
Let's try and be not sad, right? If you're hungry, let's try and be not hungry. If you're bored, let's try and be not bored. Always trying to control yourself, control your emotions, but you don't, right? Because if you did control them, you'd never be sad. You'd never be hungry, for instance. You'd never be bored if you truly had control. So the fact is you don't have control, but you're still trying to control them. I fear I may be starting to bore people and go over people's heads, but this is the truth. You will end up like this, not in this exact state, right? But you'll end up in a hell of your own making if you've tried to fix problems. I know this to be absolutely true. I see it in every single person I've ever met. You are no different. So if you don't hear what I'm saying, if you think what I'm saying doesn't apply to you, you're dead wrong. And you'll figure it out one day, how wrong you are. It's much easier to say this advice than follow it. I still fix many of my problems when I have them. But I think it's just not the way to happiness or peace. It really isn't. It takes so long to understand that. And then to truly know it maybe takes a lifetime. But if you feed that problem solving part of your brain, which we all do all day, every time you have a whim, every time you have an inkling, ooh, I could really go for this snack, I have a craving, let's solve the craving by getting this snack. Ooh, I really would like to watch something fun and funny, I want to laugh right now, I want my...
The motivation isn't the audience. We're not saying that the motivation is the audience. Clearly this is like, you know, shit that already existed. You know, they had whatever experiences of sexual assault like much younger. But like the fact that they've got an audience and the fact they've got a lot of views and probably are making like at least a little bit of money doing this kind of thing, it might cause it to get worse. It might like amplify some kind of feedback loop where now we're scrubbing our skin and like injecting shit into our face and people are watching it and there's some kind of reward for doing that in a way. So you carry on and you carry on, you know? So I think it might have made it worse. It's not the motivation though. They're not doing this to get famous. There's clearly like far more to it than that, you know?
You've never had control, ever. And you don't now, and you will never. And you're fooling yourself just like he is. You really are. You didn't choose your brain. You didn't choose your parents. You didn't choose your education. You didn't choose the food you ate when you grew up. You didn't choose to have your DNA. You didn't choose where you were born. Basically everything that determines what job you get, whether or not you're sociable, and of course, not choosing your brain, not choosing your genetics. You don't choose your health. You never chose it all anyway. And yet still you're trying to control it. As if you ever had any control over it. It's just an illusion. It's a lie. Just like he is living in his little bubble, so are you all. So am I. It's just, I thought I'd point this out. See, because people are going to laugh at him. They're going to be glad that this isn't them. They're going to have all their various unwholesome emotions. Or maybe they'll just feel bad for him. Which, like I did when I cried originally for him. But this feeds into the problem. This is exactly what you're looking at. You're becoming part of the problem by doing that, by doing all of that, even feeling bad for him. What does that accomplish? Is that going to help him? Is that going to help him realize what he needs to stop doing this? I didn't want to make this video because I see so much on the internet that's just it's all the same, isn't it? Sensationalism. Someone made these videos. I don't think this is actually, is this his channel? Maybe this is his, but someone interviewed him here. I don't know who. And whoever interviewed him here was clearly trying to...
Do we actually show any of the interview? Like, this interview is gone now. That's the sad part. So we don't actually get to see any of it. Yeah. That's a shame. I know, man.
Use them for views. And... or maybe just shed light on what happened to him. There's a GoFundMe you can check out. I'm not going to give to it for several reasons, but here it is.
Oh, so it's 328 April 17th. Yeah, a few days ago. So there's a few more donations since. I think that's the saddest part. It's like, clearly this person needs help. Maybe there's no other avenue. You go to like GoFundMe. I genuinely worry about this with a lot of trans people that turn to GoFundMe. And sometimes I see trans GoFundMes for things like fleeing your red state, when really there's not actually that much wrong, and you're just scared of a political situation, which, I mean, unfortunately there's an awful lot of people that are in potentially scary political situations. They have no choice but to get on and face it. And, you know, people usually find a way, you know what I mean? And some of that shit seems like, I don't know what the word is, wasteful. But you see shit like this, some of it is like, well, some of these people are genuinely in need, but then they get like fuck all. You know, this person is gone up to like 500 and something. That ain't gonna do shit, you know? And I always wonder, like, you turn to this as a last resort and it doesn't work. It's like, what the fuck then, you know? It probably dents your faith in humanity depending on how understanding you are of that most people don't just give money away for free. You wonder where they kind of go next, you know? It's terrifying. But yeah, I don't know. There isn't a huge amount to say. It's just kind of scary. Most of the people in his audience who commented totally missed his point. Yeah, I have nothing else. One thing I hope I can push back on as much as possible is this kind of obsession with changing how you look like to be another person. It's the same shit I see in someone like Femios, you know. Oh, well, you know, I need to get this done and that done and that done. Let's say you get all of that done. You might not be satisfied. You get more and more done. What happens if it just becomes like a runaway train, you know? Arden from the Line had a GoFundMe for a new pair of boobs. Wow. I hate that kind of thing. That kind of shit to me is like, just fucking pay for it yourself. Pay for it yourself or just accept what you have, you know? Padded bras exist, that kind of thing. It's really not the end of the world if your tits aren't very big, you know? I guess maybe maybe I'm kind of lucky in that regard because mine grew fine. They're just a bit far apart for my liking. But like, if I ever wanted them done, I sure as fuck would be getting a GoFundMe, you know? And you do wonder how many of those people kind of cite pretty strong, like, left-wing beliefs. But then they want money to go towards, like, luxury things. They want money to go towards, like, vanity things. You know, I don't really feel that, to be honest.
It is. You can if you want. I wouldn't, like, it's like seeing a crackhead or heroin addict overdosing it in real time, right? I mean, he's still injecting, rubbing acid on his face. And you're like, oh, that's terrible. Oh, let me give you money. That'll help. No, I probably won't. And I'm pretty sure they have socialized healthcare where he is. So when it becomes a real issue and he really wants to change, he can go to a doctor and they can take his face off like he wants. And finally, he'll be unrecognizable to himself, and maybe he'll feel a little better for a moment until his dysphoria moves to another body part, as it always does. So what should you feel? That's not really the point. You know, you can feel all sorts of ways. You can be angry at him. You can be sad for him. You can be indifferent. You can find it funny, or you can, you know, find it 1,000 different ways. Ultimately, it's not your life. It has nothing to do with you. And we need to be focusing on what we need to do, our life, and not focusing on this. Like all the people who've been coming to my channel recently commenting on this video, like all the people who were emailing me to cover it. What does this have anything to do with you? Me?
It's a very, I don't know. Obviously people are going to see this shit and it's fucked up, and they hope that some kind of attention towards it might help this person in some way. I don't know. Lots of comments on her videos telling her to continue. Do you mean this person here? That wouldn't surprise me. It's like I said, it's like fucking drunks on YouTube that get, like, people donate to get them to drink more and stuff. It always ends the same way. It's not good. What was the original video? I want to see what the original video was quickly. So this person calls himself like an AGP, I guess, and stuff. This one here, oh, it's like 38 minutes. I'll have a quick look. I don't know, man. I'll have a quick look.
Hello, everyone. I'm doing good. My diet is working. If I don't drink the sodas, I almost feel energetic, if you can believe it. I know. Crazy. I almost feel like I can do something.
Hi.
Oh, and this is the original from this person. Okay. They still post. Comments are turned off of this one. A few years ago, Silicon CVM, I don't know what that means. I know. Let's see what this video was quickly.
Hi, in this video I want to talk about autogenophilia. Yes, I want to say that it's a Greek word for being.
Someone else is editing and recording. Well, I wonder if someone is in a call with this person and might be screen recording, because all the clips that we saw on that video, there was someone else talking to them. So they might be on a Discord call or something else similar. And maybe that person is taking those things. But like, I wonder, I mean, is it their channel though? I'm not sure.
Sexually attracted to idea of being feminine. Yes, and in my opinion, everyone can be woman. Because everyone can be woman, because no one is born woman. People are born children. And everyone becomes a man or woman. So, and in my opinion, being sexually attracted to idea of being a woman is valid motivation to becoming one. Yes, because everyone can be woman. Period. Yes.
You know, in a weird way, I agree. It doesn't actually super matter why it is that you're transitioning. Like, if you become a woman, it's because people see you as a woman, ultimately. You know, people interpret me as saying, oh, you need to dress like a woman, you need to make an effort. Well, no, you need to do what you need to do. What you need to do is different depending on who you are and what you look like and shit. I don't fucking dress like a woman. People might still see me as one. You know? Like, I ain't making no fucking effort anymore. I did that, I passed for a bit, and it's like, okay, well, I've done that now. I can't be asked anymore. I still am what I am. People still see me a certain way. Like, to become a woman, it's about being perceived as one. Because you can't literally become one. But in people's realities, you can become one. That doesn't mean dress like a woman. In some cases, trying to dress like a woman can be your undoing. I mean, we watched a bunch of Crossy shit. We watched a bunch of, you know, that Emma Louise and people like that. And, you know, God bless them, they're having fun. I'm not saying it to be mean or whatever. But they don't look like women, and part of that is because they're trying too hard. Like, you know, you could say the same, maybe the same about someone like Brianna Wu. They're kind of trying too hard. And that brings them back round, and it becomes like the Crossy thing. It's not about dressing like a thing, it's about being perceived as one. That's gonna take different forms for different people.
And what to say? Yes, and I'm personally sexually attracted to idea of being a woman myself, and I'm a woman. I'm a signet.
Well, I will say that you can't tell. You can't really tell if people say this for like a joke or what. But
I'll admit a woman. Yes, I'm transgender woman. Heat from fire, fire from heat. Hi, heat from fire, fire from heat. Yes, and there are people in internet, very nasty people, who says that if when person is sexually attracted to idea of being woman or being female or being feminine, means that that person can't be transgender woman, and it's a big lie.
I'd personally dress what I like, maybe even mix and match. Well, that's the thing. It's not about... Like, there's lots of different routes to changing gender or whatever we're calling it. You could be someone who just naturally looks an awful lot like what we culturally agree a woman would generally look like. And you could say that person becomes trans and they're not actually making any effort and they're just able to be seen as a woman anyway. Well, the effort isn't what makes you trans. The effort isn't what makes you become a woman in people's eyes. It's just what they see. And that's different for everyone, you know.
Because everyone can be transgender woman and everyone can be a woman because no one is born transgender woman. It's a social construct. People can be born more feminine or more masculine, yes, but it's not man or woman. Man and woman are a social construct. And also people say very nasty pseudoscience things about autogynephilia, that it's some sort of...
I mean, the reasons why people matter, why people transition, matters in terms of treating like the gender dysphoria or whatever. In terms of what is like quote unquote valid or not. It kind of all, the roads all lead the same way, I feel like. Like you'll get some people who maybe they transition because they were like traumatized as fuck. Maybe they were autistic or something. Maybe they, you know, any of the number of ways that you can end up determining that you must transition or whatever. I think kind of they all lead the same way. There's just a lot of different ways of getting there, I guess. And different people need different things for sure. But the end result is, well, in general, if you're a male person, you're trying to be known as a female. It all leads the same way ultimately. It all goes the same way.
Demon that each person alive, and people who have gender dysphoria listen to it and don't transition and do self-harm, and it's very nasty. It's unbelievable. Yes, sorry, my English is very, very bad. I'm not a native English speaker. Yes. So I have gender euphoria boners. Yes, basically. And I'm a woman. Because I don't know, why not? Everyone can be a woman. Like, it's...
Reminds me of Andy Kaufman's Foreign Man. I don't think I've seen that.
It's many people in internet says that autogynephilia is when someone have a artifact, some kind of demon that eats them alive and take control, and I'm shocked that people believe it. It's like people who live in very transphobic places. They want to have something that will tell them that they aren't really trans. So they believe it, but it's a lie. It's a lie because, like, I don't have some sort of demon that eat me inside. I'm just myself. I don't know.
You know, it's really fucking weird. I actually get a lot of what this person's saying. Like, I kind of, whenever I listen to stuff like this, I'm always imagining fucking Buck Angel sat in next to them and pausing every now and then, and it's all like, you are trans women don't talk about their boners, dude. And like, to me, it's like, no, I actually fucking get it. Like, if you're a male person and you look like this and you're calling yourself a woman, then you are trans no matter where it comes from. Do you know what I mean? You just, this person cannot not be trans unless they're pretending to be male and actually they're a female. You know? I actually get it in a way. You know?
No. I feel myself, I don't have two personalities. I have one personality, my personality.
Isn't to check who's valid. Yeah, I think we're just making different points, I guess. Like, I think people assume that I'm very strict on what I consider trans, but actually it comes from a lot of different places, and really it is just about crossing that sex boundary in some way. Which someone like this, assuming, like I said, that this person is actually male, and that there's not some kind of like massive joke being played on everyone with all of this, which the way they talk kind of does mean that is always a possibility. Like, you can't really get away from this person being trans unless they're literally saying, no, I'm actually a man, I just dress like this because I want to, I'm completely male identified. There's nothing different in that respect, it's just my extremely unusual fashion or something, you know?
I'm 3 years on hormonal replacement therapy. I trained my voice, and I live full-time as a woman because I'm a woman. So I don't know what that people are talking about. And there are also I think that when a transgender woman is not attractive enough or do something nasty, people say she's AGP, she have autogynephilia, and it means that she isn't really.
Yeah, the distinction, that's what I mean about like thinking about people like Buck Angel. It's almost like he thinks that an AGP and a trans woman are necessarily completely separate concepts. When actually, to me, I think AGP exists, and I think it's just a route that one might take to becoming trans. And there's a lot of them, you know?
Trans, because we are...
It is bizarre that I actually kind of feel some of this, honestly. I'm probably meant to look at this and just think they're a fucking freak or whatever, but I don't really see it that way.
We are trans people, and we are unable to be ugly, and we can't make nasty things. Only fake trans people look ugly and do nasty things. It's basically what they say, and it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Like they say things like that, and people believe it, and it's what the fuck?
Transition isn't the answer to being raped. It's not that I disagree. It's more, let's say that maybe you have this kind of heavy trauma that leads you to this kind of thing. And maybe that trauma has changed something in you so fundamentally that realistically this is probably the only option. I think in that sense, it might still be just something you need to do, if that makes sense. That doesn't mean that like it's a that doesn't mean that it's a treatment for having that trauma. It's just that trauma might change you in that particular way. I don't know, it's hard to explain. But like people end up changed forever by that kind of shit. And let's say a person gets this kind of horrendous trauma and this in some way helps them, and you know, it doesn't go as far as this person ended up going, then I don't know. I think it's probably a better outcome than a lot of other things might be. But the shame is that this person obviously ended up far more fucked up than what we're led to believe just watching this, you know.
What are you? What? Yes, basically. I don't know what.
I very much doubt that looking like this was normal in the 80s or 90s. I'm sorry. For a male, anyway.
As I was saying. So yes, and I personally want to be a woman since I was a little kid, because I always think being a woman as better things than being a man, because I think just being a man stupid. Men are stupid, being a man is stupid, so I just decide to be a woman. And some people say that we are here trans, we always have female spirit, but it's not true. I believe that spirit don't have gender or sex, and it's our decision. We decide who we are. And people who say that it's not the decision are coping. Yes, basically.
What did Forrest Valakai say about? I mean, people like that tend to be very offended by like, I don't know. It always bothers me when like cis people tell trans people that they shouldn't identify with something like AGP. I don't think that's really those people's call to make. But I don't know truly what he thinks about something like this, obviously.
It's grind coffee. I love it. I drink grind coffee every day. It helps me with voice training. Hi, heat from fire, fire from heat. Yes, so basically, everyone can be woman, and being sexually attracted to the idea of being woman is valid. It's a valid motivation to become one. Because why not? Why not? Everyone can be woman. Everyone. Yes. Because no one is born a woman. Gender dysphoria is social construct. I personally have gender dysphoria, but it's not that people are born with gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria are a social construct.
Yeah, I tell you what, the self-admitting AGP thing is kind of great in a way. Because you get people that, you know, whatever a trans person conceives makes them trans. You get kind of progressive types that want to affirm that no matter what. But then on the same token, all of those people tend to say that autogynephilia is debunked and doesn't exist and is some kind of attempt to devalue trans itself. So it does put them in quite a funny, like, bind, I think. And I don't know. I even think to myself, I understand some of the tendencies. I do recognize a bit of it in myself. That's my prerogative, ultimately. If I think that part of the reason I ended up transitioning is because of, you know, what I read AGP to be, and, like, understand myself to have some of those tendencies, that's up to me, you know? And part of that is why I don't think the reason matters a huge amount. It's more just how you're living your life. Like, you can say that something is a bad reason to transition, but a person would transition regardless. And it's like, well, they're not. Their transition isn't less, you know, because you don't like the reason for it. And the reason isn't really for you to like or dislike, ultimately. Even if it seems nonsensical or delusional or something else, you know. I'm valid. Oh, thank you. I mean, everyone is valid, you know.
Yes, it's what I think about it. Yes, hi. It's the truth about autogynephilia. It's the truth. Yes. And I'm a woman and autogynephile myself. I'm a woman who is autogynephile. I'm a woman. Yes. Everyone who wants to be woman can be woman. Hey, hi. Hi, hi. And people who say that they are born trans, that it's not their decision, like, it's partially not the person's decision, because it's like also how society conditions us. But yes, just being woman is hot. Women are beautiful, so why not be one? Yes. What? Why you should, or you want to be ugly when you can be beautiful woman? Like, being woman is beautiful, and it's my opinion. Period. Bye bye.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know. What is there to say, you know? Very, very sad what happened to this person. It's a shame that, you know, all of this didn't seem to actually help them. But then, how do you help someone like this? Maybe there was never a chance. Got a point, women are hot, so why not be one? I mean, you know, I kind of get it in a way. It's not a million miles away from how I feel like I'm just very drawn to like femininity and would be presenting myself a certain way regardless. You know? I think crazy people should be encouraged to express their opinions. I think it's very important that we encourage as many crazy people as possible to express their opinions as much as possible. Not least because as a self-avowed crazy person myself, that's what I do. I don't want to be silenced, you know. I've already had the far right trying to do that to me. Hope they're doing okay, IRL. I mean, it very much seemed like that's not the case, unfortunately, but I don't know. Where do you even start? I presume this is gone now. Like, what do you even say? Sometimes someone is fucking themselves up and it's like, well, you can't really, you can look at something and feel bad for them. It's not like it's my fault or my responsibility. It just kind of sucks. And maybe even for someone like this who has like fucked their face up and all this kind of shit, maybe it isn't even too late for someone like this. Maybe there are things that can be done, that they're at least able to find some peace. I guess you never know. You never know. And I think you gotta kind of hold to that and just hope for the best with shit like this that you can't actually do anything about, you know. Well, they made songs. I don't know. It feels a bit morbid, doesn't it? It feels like morbid as fuck. I don't know. Who knows ultimately. But yeah, sorry. It's been quite a depressing last hour or so. I do apologize. What was this? Oh, this is what I watched. Alright. And yeah, listen, at least the thing I watched, as much as I find the people that make that podcast exceptionally irritating, there was at least some interesting stuff in there. And I think they had on at least one person that was actually quite knowledgeable. And I think it's at least confirming, you know, when I'm hearing people from the other side of the aisle that believe very different things about trans to what I do, it's kind of encouraging to hear, like, some confirmation that, like, yeah, there is kind of a pervasive logic, and there is kind of a particular, like, way that things should be done. And that those like queer collective people, the way they were talking, they probably agree with me to an extent that there are a lot of people that look at these like trans brain studies and look at studies in general and see what they want to see and state things much more strongly than really they should. So I don't know. Good on them for making something that got some views and perhaps educated some people. I'm not going to take that away from them. I just think what I think, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I'm working on more than one thing at the moment, and I need to get the trans brain stuff done. I want to continue talking about it tomorrow. I don't know how many more videos is worth watching, so I might have to just do a thing where I read a bunch of studies, and it might be boring as fuck for a lot of people. But maybe it's just something that's necessary, and I need to add to my kind of framework that I'm making. But yeah, I don't know. I had something else that I don't want to do on stream, and I want to like write out and just kind of make as quick as I can. Because one thing I've noticed is it's interesting how things like plagiarism or like skinwalking are actually okay sometimes. Like if you're cool with someone and they're just like riding your coattails and just taking your shit and and kind of taking it all the way to the bank, but you're friends. It's interesting how their attitude changes. When, to me, if you're not bringing your own opinions and you're not actually bringing your own perspectives to the table and you're talking about something, there's probably not much point. And hey, maybe I've been guilty of that the odd time as well. Can you ask a few questions? I am stopping, like, very shortly. So I don't know how much time you need. I need the toilet as well. You're not in my Discord, are you? I don't mind. Like, people can ask me anything they want in my Discord. I don't mind. But I do need to stop in a sec. They still post on their TikTok. Is it a different TikTok account? Because the one that was linked, I can't find anything. I don't know. No. Yeah, the Aiko thing. Yeah, I watched her. Yeah, feel free to tag me or like message me or whatever. If you wanna ask anything, you're more than welcome to. I'll try and answer to the best of my abilities. Yeah, I watched that Aiko part. They took 2 attempts to watch like a conversation between that President Sunday and Alec Gunter. And the little bits I watched, I'm like, what the fuck do you even understand about any of this? Like, why are you doing this? It just seems like clout sharking. And like, sometimes clout sharking is acceptable and sometimes it's not. And sometimes being completely fucking uneducated and clueless on a subject is okay and sometimes it's not. And that kind of thing interests me, I guess. Because I do fundamentally see them as like they just copy other people's take. It's very interesting how people like Queeman and shit like that started weighing in on all the trough shit. And then suddenly this person is completely disavowing him and changing completely about facing. And you listen to the reasoning why, and it makes no fucking sense, you know? This person did know. This person did know that he was up to some pretty dodgy shit. But then people come out with the correct take, and it's suddenly, that's what I think too. Is it fuck? You know what I mean? It pisses me off. It pisses me off, okay? And the thing is, I can actually like script shit and make shit, and those people can't. So that gives me a distinct advantage. So I don't know. I'll see what comes up. It does depend on, because I need to watch the first and second streams. I already watched the conversation that she had with Sunday, and it was just a lecture pretty much. I'm not confident she understood a single fucking word. But there's the actual reactions to the stream that I need to watch through, and I'm not doing that on stream because it's fucking dog shit content. I'm just going to find little bits and pieces that are like, because I already found some stuff. We had her thinking that King Critical thinks that sex and gender are the same thing because he equates maleness with being a man, which is a completely retarded take. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, there's this kind of rigid idea people have, I think, sometimes, where it's like, man is gender, male is sex. And that's not quite how it works out. And that's not necessarily how people conceive of it. And beyond anything, how the fuck can he be a gender critical and be somewhat agreeable with gender abolition, but also think gender and sex are the same thing? Like, that just doesn't make any fucking sense. So I don't know, everything that I saw so far suggests to me that this person just wants to watch a thing where she can agree with the person she likes. And that can be content, and she can reap some of the rewards of someone else having takes and someone else having done the legwork. And this person's a complete fucking hack. And beyond anything else, they called me a fucking rape apologist. They called me a fucking DV apologist, which, you know my actual history. It's fucking disgusting to say that about me and call yourself a progressive. So you know what? I'll discredit the fuck out of that person because it's very easy to do because they're a fucking moron. And that's their fault for talking so much shit about me, quite frankly. But yeah, I don't know. I'll see what happens with that. It's shit that I'm like watching like in the mornings in my own time. Maybe in the evening, maybe I don't know. It's not very relaxing, so it's not evening stuff, but I'll see where I go with that because it really depends on the rest of the actual content that I haven't watched yet. I might watch more of it and be convinced that maybe they do have a bit more to bring to the table. So I want to check first, you know what I mean? If it means watching hours and hours of dog shit fucking content and someone talking to their chat and agreeing with everything their chat says, it's got basically fuck all to do with the video or really says nothing of substance, then I guess I'll do that. Wow. But yeah. Does UK accept people who are different or gender variant? I think generally people are decently accepted. It's always going to vary. There's going to be people that don't accept gender nonconformity and people that do. I don't think the UK is too bad for that shit. I don't get any hassle when I leave my house anymore. I see more and more trans people around. I think it's just getting like more normal, more normalized. It's more, you know, you just see guys that are like feminine and girls that are masculine and all kinds of other shit, and it's kind of normalized. I feel like too many progressives are really fake online. Some, yeah. I don't want to say all. I think progressivism is one of those things where some people come to it because they are good people and care about others. And I think it is genuine in plenty of people. But then I think there's other people that see it as a way to become a good person, when actually everything about them indicates that they're not, and they're just taking on some kind of aesthetic of being good because they're accepting of this, that, and the other. You know, this kind of, oh, well, I'll call you a DV apologist and a rape apologist, but I won't misgender you. And it's like, well, I'd rather you misgendered me, to be quite honest. Like, shit like that. You get into some really weird places. And I think that kind of thing is part of how you identify a fake progressive. Which, that IQ person is a fake progressive. No fucking doubt. That is like a terrible person pretending to be something they're not to appear a certain way. Whereas I think there's other progressives out there that they are actually coming from a genuine place. And, you know, I respect that. I respect that in anyone, even if I've largely kind of turned my back on a lot of progressivism. But listen, no, I do need to stop. I really need the toilet and I need to make food. So thank you for watching. It's all a bit all over the place. My upload schedule is really fucked at the moment. It will change. Ultimately, I'm very sick of like making stream segments. I don't think it's very good content. I'd rather make more prepared stuff and upload less often and just kind of stream and have it be itself. And if there's really something that I feel strongly about, I can still edit and upload it, but it's not a focus anymore. Isaac's video on reasons people are trans. I can look into it. Anyway. Thank you all so much for watching.